For cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice? Get him a gift from Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. My personal favorite are the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. These things are not only works of art, but also great for everyday use. Ditch the ties this year. Get him something different. A gift from Family & Company Jewelers. Online at familyjewelers.com.
Happy Father's Day, Dad.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer kicks off road trip season for many of us, but do you really know if your vehicle is road trip ready? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are going to help you make sure you and your family are safe on the roads. The service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle your regular maintenance needs, but also diagnose possible issues before they can happen. Schedule a service appointment online today. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
I'm Tyrus.
I'm Ainsley Earhart.
I'm Trey Gowdy, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, June 7th, 2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. Will a presidential order work to stem the flow at the border? And will grand speeches about democracy and freedom abroad rally parties here at home and boost sagging polls?
If there were a move afoot to replace President Biden on the ticket, possibly elevate the vice president, bring somebody else in, it feels like the time for that has passed.
We speak with Fox News Sunday anchor Shannon Breen.
I'm Dave Anthony. This may be a record summer for air travel. But how worried should we be about turbulence after severe incidents last month?
It's always going to be there. As long as you're putting a piece of metal through the sky, you can expect CAT, clear air turbulence. It can happen, but it happens very rarely. And I do not believe it's because of massive climate change.
And I'm Jason Chaffetz. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
This past week, the president traveled to France to honor D-Day, 80 years since the beginning of a World War II battle that shifted the trajectory in favor of the Allies, leading to victory the following year.
Here we proved that the ideals of our democracy are stronger than any army or combination of armies in the entire world. We proved something else here as well, the unbreakable unity of the Allies.
And the president said those partnerships, now in NATO, are stronger than ever.
NATO stands at 32 countries strong, and NATO is more united than ever, and even more prepared to keep the peace, deter aggression, defend freedom all around the world.
When it came to aggression, he singled out Russia as the biggest war on Europe's continent since World War II in Ukraine rages on.
The struggle between a dictatorship and freedom is unending. Here in Europe, we see one stark example. Ukraine has been invaded by a tyrant bent on domination.
The president will speak from Pointe du Hoc, where President Reagan spoke in 1984 on the beaches of Normandy today as well. Before he left for his trip to France, he signed an executive order on the border that's received criticism from both parties. As of the morning of June 5th, entry for non-citizens was suspended, pending some exceptions, until there's been a 7 consecutive day average of fewer than 1,500 migrant encounters. Hours before the order took effect, Fox News correspondent Bill Maluzhin saw no signs of slowing down from Jacumba, California.
Jordan. Yeah. Why'd you come to Egypt? Why'd you come to America?
For a job.
For a job?
Yeah.
Thursday, after a full day of the president's executive order being in effect, Border Patrol sources told Maluzhin they apprehended 4,000 migrants between the ports of entry. That's even a bit higher than recent averages, with roughly 1,000 people being released into the country.
I think that the White House wanted to get something done, saying, look, we're getting something done on the border. And remember, we were waiting for this week because they wanted to get past Mexico's elections, because they've got to be a partner in this and how we get this stuff done.
Shannon Bream is host of Fox News Sunday.
We can't do it without them. And so I think the White House wanted to let that get settled and then move forward. Well, you know, you're going to make people unhappy on all sides. It seems that's how this EO is landing, because you got people on the right saying it's too little, it's too late. You repealed dozens of things that were helping keep numbers down at the border. Now it's an election year. This is testing and polling terribly for you. And now we get the CO. But I'm getting emails, and I'm sure you do too, and hearing from groups on the left like this is a travesty. You're hurting people who are trying to seek asylum, who are desperate by any means to get here. It's heartless. It's the very thing you criticized about the Trump administration. So I'm not sure this sort of very confusing measure is making anyone happy.
And then, you know, to your point, you've got Bill Maluzhin of Fox News literally interviewing people coming in from Turkey and Mauritania.
Right.
Like right after the shutdown, right, who are just waltzing in. And they're not, I mean, to your point about, you know, the travesty of those seeking asylum. I mean, I'm sure there are people who are desperate, right? But it looks like a lot of the folks we're seeing and hearing from are people who are not necessarily desperate. They say they're coming, you know, they want to work in the United States. Like how is this supposed to be enforced as we watch these people after June 5th? Just
right.
Walking right in.
Exactly. You're right. And so our Bill Maluzhin, Griff Jenkins, a lot of folks we've had down there, William Lajeunesse, like our crews working around the clock for years. I mean, they've stayed on this. And you're right. This latest footage we're seeing from Bill, just in recent days, but also in recent weeks, people who look like they are rested and well fed and well dressed, and they've got their like carry-on bag with them. And you know, all these routes that they're paying for and that they're taking, you know, China, India, all of these different places, not to mention the tens of thousands that we know of who are coming here as special interest aliens, meaning they're coming from places that we have national security interest concerns about. And what they're telling Bill and our other reporters and crew who have been down there is, hey, we know we can come. This is the path. This is how we get in. No one's immediately kicking us out. And we know what to say and what to claim. And that's what we're going to do. We are in some ways indirectly benefiting the cartels by not finding a way with Mexico to put a stop to this. And we have to remember too, there are people who don't get that especially safe passage. The ways that they're coming endanger their lives. We have people dying along the way, and children and women and men, and people who are being raped and taken into, you know, essentially, you know, sexual slavery or, you know, just flat out,
labor.
You know, forced labor. I mean, we have to remember these are human beings who, yes, as you said, we know the vast majority just want a chance at a better life. So we have to think about how they get abused and also how bad actors weave in among them and get here. And who knows if there are maybe thousands of them inside of our borders plotting from within.
Shannon, let's talk about the politics of this, right? Because the president and his staff have been saying, you know, this is on Congress to fix the border, right? We can't do everything through executive orders over and over again. Will voters believe that he's fixing this, or that this was politically orchestrated and he let millions of people in to prove the point that the parties won't fix this, that Congress won't fix this, and he gets to come in sort of at the last minute and be like, oh, 5 months before the election, look at me.
Right. Yeah. And that's something that Republicans were really worried about when Lankford, one of the, chief negotiators in the Senate, who everybody, both sides of the aisle agree, this is a guy of integrity. He was negotiating from, they thought, a legitimate place. But there were Republicans warning, like, listen, this thing falls apart. And now they have something to point to say Republicans voted against this. And it is in every press release we get from the White House. We got one a couple of days ago, when there was speculation about the EO and whether it was coming, saying, hey, they voted against this stuff. We're exploring every option because they won't get it done. The fact is, when Democrats have controlled White House, House, and Senate, Republicans have controlled White House, House, and Senate, they have not gotten comprehensive immigration reform done because there are a lot of competing interests that don't want to see the problem solved or that benefit from the number of people who come here illegally and can exploit them. But in our polling and all the polling out there, the average American voter, the majority of them think that this administration has done a horrible job on the border. And it's showing up more, in the last few months when we do in the field interviews with people. Why are you at this Trump rally? You're a Democrat. What are you doing here? Especially in the Bronx. I remember one specifically, a teacher there saying, I don't know, he knows what he's doing there, but he's like, I'm not really sure what's going on with this country, and that I'm a teacher here in the Bronx. I can't get services and need help surviving. And yet I see the money that we are pouring into bringing help for people who are here illegally, and not to blame them, because of course you'd come if you thought a better life for you and your family. Right. But the administration and at every, state, local, and federal levels, those who welcome and celebrate sort of the sanctuary policies, they have to answer to that Bronx teacher about what they're doing.
The president is in France. His remarks at Normandy, he used the speech to highlight the importance of alliances and said democracy is something each generation has to fight for, but related World War II and D-Day to Ukraine today. And he promised that the coalition of nations supporting Ukraine won't walk away. I think we're going to hear more of that particular theme. Politico is reporting the president's trying to take a page out of President Reagan's book, Speak in Honor of D-Day, from even the same spot he spoke from on Normandy Beach. And the articles reference that this speech from Reagan, who was called the great communicator, that this really helped his reelection campaign. And I wonder, as much as big sweeping speeches can really matter, will it help here?
Listen, it's a great coming together when we see the world on the stage remembering the absolute heroism of what happened at Normandy and those beaches. It's a beautiful thing to see our American president standing there saying, like, this is the fight. This is, where our men and women have bled and died, in concert with these other countries to produce and protect freedom. So I think that's always a beautiful, memorable thing. Reagan did have special gifts. Democrats and Republicans alike will admit that. I mean, he was an amazing communicator, and he also appealed to people across party lines with just one of the most resounding presidential wins in recent history, for sure, in recent memory. So I think it's smart to think about, all right, how do we potentially take a page out of that book? Now, the polling generally shows majority of people still support efforts to help what's going on in Ukraine, but there's also this reality setting in for people about our ability to help when it comes to our ability to manufacture weapons that they need. It's not even a money thing so much, but there will be a limit on lawmakers who are willing to continue to fund this indefinitely, especially without some of the accountability measures that they want baked into this, and IG tracking the money, those kinds of things. But there's also a question about how this resolves. And I think that President Biden wants to get ahead of those growing questions.
So this, he's in France, going to G7 up next. Then there's the debate. And we have this Wall Street Journal story, right? This week highlighting ongoing concerns with his age from members of Congress this time. That was the twist here, right? But what was so interesting was that I guess some Democrats spoke to the Wall Street Journal for this article, and the White House had them call the journal back to give a second opinion about the president's strengths. And a White House spokesman was quoted as saying, "We thought it was important that all perspectives were shared, not just politically motivated ones." But Shannon, if Democrats are weighing in, how can you say that's politically motivated?
Well, and isn't everything in D.C. politically motivated? I mean, it feels like every time a story floats up, we're like, okay, who leaked that? Who sourced that? Who decided to write that story? Who told them, hey, let's write this, story. Let's, workshop this thing. There's always something behind it, and you wonder where it comes from. And what is the purpose at this point? Because you're right, we're heading into the RNC convention in July, the DNC convention in August. If there were a move afoot to replace President Biden on the ticket, possibly elevate the vice president, bring somebody else in, it feels like the time for that has passed. Because again, if it's to try to force President Biden from the ticket, he's not going willingly. I mean, he's committed to this and believes he has 4 more years of service to this country. So, it makes me start sniffing around other people who might want to be on that ticket.
So, and this is an easy one, right? Because you're a legal. So the Georgia case against Trump, it looks like it's delayed beyond the election or right up to the election. Like the Georgia Court of Appeals order says the Fulton County Superior Court judge can't move forward while an appeal is pending. In other words, Trump's team has appealed this decision to let the case move forward with Fani Willis as the prosecutor, and they're accepting this appeal. And I guess it wouldn't be heard until October. But the status of the January 6th case, the Mar-a-Lago documents case, is the Manhattan case the only one we're going to see before the election likely?
It certainly feels like it. And once we get the sentencing July 11th, right before the RNC, we would expect them to immediately begin the appeal. You know, there's conversation about whether some of it could do a short-circuited appeal to the Supreme Court. But getting that conviction overturned, if it does eventually get overturned, yes. I mean, almost all odds that we've seen all the legal action we're going to see until after the election. But yeah, those federal cases, remember, we've got a couple of Supreme Court opinions that would impact all of this as well. The issue of President Trump's immunity, or any president, it's not just him, it's a much bigger decision, but also some of those January 6th obstruction charges against him in the Jack Smith DC case. The Supreme Court's considering that in the context of another January 6th defendant, but if they decide in that defendant's favor, then two of the charges against President Trump will be thrown out as well. In that case, the January 6th case, the federal court system does not move this quickly generally, so it wouldn't be surprising that a case like this wouldn't hit in the next 3 to 5 months.
Fox News Sunday host Shannon Bream, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thanks for having me.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on Earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code CORE or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text CORE to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
The Honda you want is here, so drive in the moment with the versatile CR-V or Accord, both named a Car and Driver 10 Best. And when you're driving a Honda, you're driving the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value Brand for 2023.
Contact your local Honda dealer for a great deal today.
See dealer for financing details. Car and Driver, December 2023, based on 2023 brand image words from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Prescriptions
require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. 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 Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stenslin weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, June 7th. I'm Ted Linder. This is the Fox News Rundown. Latest Fox News polls are out showing former President Trump with a slight lead in critical swing states, even after his trial conviction last week. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal with more.
The poll was taken just after the former president's conviction, and in the states of Arizona, Nevada, and Florida, anywhere from 34 to 37% of voters said that conviction mattered somewhat or a great deal to their vote. Among those voters, at least 2/3 said they would vote for President Biden. In each of these states, an amendment on the ballot seeks to enshrine abortion rights in their constitutions, and voters are overwhelmingly in favor of those amendments, anywhere from 69 to 73%. And yet, former President Trump still leads by 5 points in Arizona and Nevada, by 4 in Florida. While it's not considered a swing state, as President Biden won it by 10 points in 2020, the two candidates are tied 48% each in Virginia. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
And former President Trump says he'll probably announce his choice for his vice presidential nominee during the Republican National Convention in July. Some of the names mentioned: South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, as well as New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. I'm Ted Linder. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. It's the Saturday Night Free-for-All. Starting at 7 p.m., Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is live and local with Michael Pelka from 7 to 10 p.m.
Just look what they're doing to Robert Kennedy. They got his family to go against him in Philadelphia. And I have to say this, that family looks like there's a whole lot of problems there. I know they're trying to play off on the Camelot magic of JFK.
It's definitely been bred out of the family. The magic, I think, is gone. But that's just me.
The Saturday Night Free-for-All. Listen this weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now. If I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you drive a car, you want it to last a long time and not cost you lots of money in the long run. You need to get your car serviced at United Tire and Service. I get my car serviced at one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. You should too. Right now, get an oil change on any make or model, and they'll do a free summer trip check so you're ready to hit the road. 20-point safety check, brakes, belts, important fluid levels, lights, even the spare tire. To find the location nearest you, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone, drive United.
Kids are invited to swing for the fences and play ball during Major League Baseball's Play Ball Weekend, June 14th through 16th. Find an event near you or get in on the action in your own backyard and take part in the Play Ball Weekend Challenge at home with Diamond Kinetics. Learn how to hold a bat, find out what player your swing is like, and develop your game along with Coach Ball Game. To get in on the family fun all weekend long, go to playball.org/weekend. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit TravisManion.org.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A big day today as we get the May jobs report from the Labor Department this morning. Economists predicting 185,000 jobs were added last month. The report expected to be a major factor in whether or not the Fed lowers interest rates and when it might do so. First-time unemployment applications up 8,000 for the week ending June 1st to 229,000 from 221,000 last week. On Wall Street Thursday, stocks mixed. The Dow up 79, the Nasdaq down 15, the S&P 500 down 1. Shares of chipmaker Nvidia falling over 1%, its market cap dropping below $3 trillion. Nvidia's 10-for-1 stock split effective today after the closing bell. And meme stock influencer Keith Gill, known as Roaring Kitty, expected to broadcast on YouTube at noon Eastern for the first time in 3 years. GameStop up as a result, 47% Thursday. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It could be a busy summer at airports. The TSA already reports a record day of travel just before Memorial Day. But there's something else in the air. Turbulence.
One huge loud noise, things were coming through the ceiling, water everywhere, people crying.
He's talking about a Singapore Airlines flight from London, May 21st, that dropped hundreds of feet in seconds, throwing people around the cabin. Dozens of passengers injured, some critically. A 73-year-old man appeared to have suffered a heart attack.
We laid him on the floor near the bulkhead, and there were some passengers who, thankfully, were medics, could administer CPR.
But he died. Others were hospitalized when the plane was diverted and landed in Bangkok, Thailand. Days later, severe turbulence hit a Qatar Airways flight to Dublin, Ireland, injuring a dozen people on board. So is this turbulence a growing trend?
No. I hear all this stuff about, human climate change is causing this. There's no proof of that.
Michael Boyd is an industry expert who heads an aviation consulting business, Boyd Group International.
Keep in mind, we have hundreds of thousands of flights every day, and events like this are very rare. I mean, we had one over the Tasman Sea, but it turned out that's because some klutz in the cockpit hit the wrong button and the airplane went down and came back up again. The fact of the matter is, it's always going to be there. As long as you're putting a piece of metal through the sky, you can expect CAT, clear air turbulence. It can happen, but it happens very rarely. And I do not believe it's because of massive climate change and polar bears not being able to swim in the Arctic.
Now, there was a survey out of, I think it was some researchers in England who had said that human-caused climate change could indeed be a factor. And there was this report that clear air turbulence has increased more than 50% from 1979 to 2020. You're not buying that?
No, I'm not buying it at all. Number one, what is the source of their data? Keep in mind, whenever you hear human-made climate change, I'm sorry, I have not seen enough information to really prove that. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know what their data is. A lot of these reports are there to accommodate the narrative rather than to really move us forward. I'm sorry if that sounds negative, but that's what I'm seeing out there. So I don't buy the data to say it's gone up 50% because I don't know where that data is coming from 40 years ago.
But it does exist, as you said. And on that Singapore Airlines flight back in May, there were a lot of severe injuries. And apparently, and doesn't seem like they knew it was coming. That seems to be the biggest problem still with this, is you can't see it and it's hard to detect, right?
It is. Now, I've worked with companies that had systems that could project that out. But you can't do it. It's Mother Nature. Look, we just saw Michigan. Some people are sitting in their homes, and all of a sudden, a tornado came and took their house down without warning. These things happen. Weather is just that uncertain. We don't have any technology to really 100% forecast clear air turbulence at 35,000 feet.
What is the best way that airlines deal with this? Is it just pilots reporting to other pilots, hey, I just had a lot of turbulence, watch out on this flight, this route?
Most of the ones that we're talking about here, they weren't in turbulence to start with. They were flying along, fat, stupid, happy, and wonderful. And next thing you know, the airplane dropped 500 feet in 3 seconds. So it isn't sort of like pilots are saying there is indications of it. Most of these, as I can understand, came about, and there aren't a lot of these, so it's not common, but came about unexpectedly.
Without any warning whatsoever.
Let's be very clear here. It's not something that happens all the time. It's something that could happen. You could have a bridge in Baltimore that collapses. We could have a sudden snowstorm. These things do happen, but when we get on an airplane, you have a seatbelt, use it.
We mentioned how this could be a record summer. It started off big before Memorial Day, when TSA reported an all-time high in airport passenger screenings, more than 2.95 million Friday, May 24th.
So I definitely think people are traveling more this year. I don't know what's going on, but it's been busier.
News at Chicago's O'Hare Airport, where this passenger says it pays to be prepared.
So I didn't see any delays, no long lines. I have clear TSA pre, so I go right through.
So should we expect a busy summer?
I hear this stuff about airplanes will be jam-packed. Airplanes are not like the 7th Avenue subway. They don't get jam-packed. They get full. That's not the way it is. But the issue is over holidays, you have a different category of people flying. I mean, you have people that don't fly a lot, so they don't know they can't take their Swiss Army knife with them. You have more kids. I maintain there are people that probably rent out, strollers to people so they can get on airplanes earlier. I don't know. But you got to be aware that if you're traveling over a holiday period, it will be different only because of the fact that people traveling are different categories of people.
And the overhead, it fills up pretty fast on a really busy flight. A lot of people don't want to pay to check a bag.
And that's really true. And I got to give it credit. Airlines have done a tremendous job at, working to get people on airplanes and to increase the amount of overhead space that's available. Airlines, and their boarding processes. A few years ago, I was talking to the CEO of United, and I said, why are you treating people like cattle? You make them line up in 5 pens. It's like the Gainesville cattle barn sale in Texas. And he said, we're working on it. And they did exactly that. So between American and United and these companies, the way they have boarding set up, it's a whole lot easier than it used to be because they're caring about that kind of thing. But the real issue is airlines do play that. They'll say, if you pay an extra $15, you can get to the front of the line. And literally they say, get to the overhead space faster. That's a little cheeky.
Yeah, but also it's just another fee. It's another way to raise revenue, isn't it, really?
It is another way to raise revenue. I just have a problem with it saying that if you don't pay the $15, you may be standing in the aisle with a bag with no room in the overhead space, and how embarrassing that must be to you. I don't buy that. And again, airlines will argue that, but the fact is that's really playing on people's fears that they won't get an overhead space, and I got a problem with that.
Yeah. I mean, they don't pay. You don't have to pay. If they run out of space, they just take your bag and put it underneath, but you don't have to pay typically, right?
Keep in mind, too, the way bags are accounted for, a lost bag now is a lot less. And I don't have any statistics on that, but I know when they track every bag like they do it on Delta and American and United, the chances of having your bag lost or misdirected is like very, very low right now. So if they have to take it out of your hand, your biggest problem is you got to go to the claim area and collect it.
Now, of course, over the summer, there's always severe weather. That can lead to delays. That's a big problem. Are airlines better prepared? With Southwest had that snafu in the wintertime, I don't know, a couple of years ago. Are they better prepared?
Oh, absolutely. One of the things here with Southwest, that was a one-off. And people need to realize, I mean, the fact is Southwest is a hugely successful airline, not because of their costs. And by the way, they're not a low-cost carrier much anymore, because they do a good job with the customer. That thing that happened over the Christmas holiday was the perfect storm that brought them down, but that's been fixed now. And again, I fly Southwest a lot. Their entire system is geared on making passengers happy and entertained. That's why they're successful.
Now, when it comes to delays, when it comes to, we mentioned baggage and fees, the U.S. Transportation Department has forced airlines with a rule to be more upfront, disclose all their fees when it comes to baggage or cancellation. I know the airlines have filed suit trying to block that. Why is that such a big deal to airlines?
Well, first of all, I mean, really blunt. The Department of Transportation is not, they speak it with a forked tongue. All those fees are made clear to the customer before you hit that booking number. They're trying to make us believe, and I was disgusted when I saw some of these press conferences. When you hit that button, you know what every fee is right now today. It's there. But what they're trying to tell you is after you book it, you're going to get nailed with some last-minute drip fees. That's not the case. And that's why airlines are trying to say, wait a minute, that's not what we're doing. And people believe that. And then again, I'll write this down. There is not, never has been, a fee for families to sit together. That's another concoction.
Now, if there's a cancellation, do they now have to give you a refund in the form of your original payment instead of credits?
Yeah, I think that airlines have asked, it's sort of like you've asked, this is your fault, airlines, to say, I'll give you a credit. Well, wait a minute. For example, I had to go to Washington from Fort Myers a couple of weeks ago, and the flight got late and late and late and late. And American sent me an email saying, you can rebook or you can cancel. So I said, I'm not going to make my meeting, cancel. So I get this thing from American Airlines saying, well, you'll now have $322 in your account for future use. I didn't want that. That's nonsense. You said I could cancel because you can't deliver the bacon for me. And now you say I can't have my money back? I mean, I'm going into it. And I know what it was. I used to supervise the refund department at American years ago. I know how it works. They just come back and tell you no. Those kind of things, airlines, they begged for it, and now they're getting the government involved because they really have been pretty clumsy with some of these rules.
So now it is going to be a refund instead of a credit, right?
I think the deal was it can be a refund or a credit, but your credit has to be at least available for 5 years.
Okay.
And it keeps a lot of spoilage on those credits. Oh, I forgot about it. I never used it, that sort of thing. And there was a lot of those credits they give you that are never used. And yes, airlines, don't have to pay it. So I believe it is entirely correct to say, if you don't deliver what you promised to get me to Washington, at least today, you give me my money back. Don't give me no credit.
I have seen stories. There may be cheaper airfares this summer than last year. Is that what you're seeing?
Well, we got some neat things happening. You bring up a good point, where we have carriers out there like Avelo, which is a superbly managed company, or Breeze, another superbly managed company that's getting into some markets where major airlines haven't been before. Like, for example, for a while they were flying Norfolk to Los Angeles. Nobody else has ever done that. 3 days a week, that might work, and it might bring some fares down. Another thing is these ultra low-cost carriers like Spirit and Sun Country and Frontier, they're running out of people they can talk into going into Florida. Now they're going into more mainline markets. I mean, like Akron, Canton to Austin. Now, I don't know how many people are in that market, but they might get into that market and lower some fares. They might get into Charlotte to Dallas, which is, 100% American Airlines, and lower the fares. We don't know. But we have some good things on the horizon where some of these other carriers, by necessity, are going to have to switch from being impulse carriers carrying people that, oh, my God, I want to go to Florida, to people that say, hey, I can get a lower fare to Austin. I'm going to try Spirit. We'll see how that works.
Is there a trick, a day, a time, where you can find the lowest fares when people start looking around?
I just don't buy those things. I mean, the fares are when they're there, and you take a look at it and see when you want to go. And that's kind of the bottom line.
Michael Boyd, who has his own aviation consulting firm, Boyd International Industry Expert. Great to talk to you. Thanks so much for being back with us.
My honor, sir. Thank you very much, and good luck going forward.
Tom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on Earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code CORE or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text CORE to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. Yes! Can't even sleep till I go God mode and some poor soul rage quits. Boom! So I stay up and stay fueled with the Baconator, because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad right now?
That and destroying your world.
Come on!
Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later. Got 'em.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
An Israeli strike kills at least 33 people at a school in central Gaza, including 12 women and children. Israel claims Hamas was operating there. A new account rekindles allegations that Donald Trump disrespected black people on his reality show The Apprentice. And the Celtics take a 1-0 lead in the NBA Finals, beating Dallas 107-89.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President Biden planning to meet with Ukraine's President Zelensky in France today. U.S. support for the war in Ukraine expected to top the agenda. White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby telling the story with Martha McCallum.
Everything Ukraine is getting is in concert with them and meeting their needs, their asks, and we're trying to, again, stay apace of that.
This as the Biden administration yesterday announced another $250 million in military aid for Ukraine. Former President Trump's recent criminal conviction does not appear to be hurting him in the latest Fox News poll.
In Arizona, Florida, and Nevada, former President Trump leads, but only by 5 points in Arizona and Nevada and by 4 points in Florida. And while it's not considered a swing state, as the president won it by 10 points in 2020, the two candidates are tied 48% each in Virginia.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
UConn head coach Dan Hurley appears to have the opportunity to shake up both the college basketball and NBA worlds. ESPN reported Thursday morning that the Lakers are preparing a long-term contract offer to bring Hurley to the NBA. The move would be stunning for the world of college basketball, roughly 2 months after Hurley brought back-to-back championships to UConn. According to Fox Sports, Hurley met with his players Thursday morning to inform them that he is in talks with the Lakers about the opening and is planning on having a decision on where he'll be coaching in the near future. He is reportedly 50-50 in weighing his decision. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Players, to me, are motivated against Caitlin Clark out of jealousy, out of the fact that she's the biggest name, the biggest star to enter the league, and she's getting things done that the previous players couldn't get done. And they also are motivated to whip her ass because she is all of those things, and she's the leading scorer in college basketball. There's a sentiment going around that, well, they should sit in the back of the now chartered jets that Caitlin Clark has made happen across the WNBA that others couldn't get done. They were flying commercial. They were complaining about it, and they're still complaining about Caitlin Clark. It's not just about one issue. It's about a number of issues, and the top one is jealousy, not racism. And I'd like to put it to bed that just because Caitlin Clark is white doesn't mean that she's not welcome in the WNBA.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Get bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale now through June 30th. Get 50% off all windows, along with no interest for 5 years. Plus a bonus 10% savings when you schedule an estimate. If your inefficient windows are costing you too much for air conditioning, that's a big deal. Now during Window Nation's semi-annual sale, you can replace them and save a big deal too. Offer ends June 30th, so schedule your in-home estimate now. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Jason Chaffetz.
What's on your mind?
Lots of discussion in the news about the rising minimum wages, particularly in California, where Governor Gavin Newsom has supported a $20 an hour minimum wage. Now, if you're making minimum wage, that sounds great, but there are consequences to this. Everything becomes more expensive, particularly in the fast food industry where they're really struggling to get workers. And you see the rising prices of burgers, fries, fish, whatever it might be. When you want to go get fast food for yourself, your family, your kids, whatever it might be, the cost of going to do that and get that is going up dramatically. One chain has had to raise their prices 7% overnight because of these rising wages. What they're also doing is they're accelerating the need to automate these services and get away from hiring employees. The other thing that's forgotten with rising minimum wages are the youth of our country. There is a whole segment of our country that is failing to have an opportunity to go out and have an experience and learn how to earn a dollar. I believe there should be an apprentice wage where somebody who is maybe 13, 14, 15, 16 years old can come in and work for a fast food franchise. Learn how to work, learn the value of a dollar, but not make the quote-unquote minimum wage. That would also help the consumer in their quest to get an affordable meal. It gives an opportunity for a young person to actually get a job, have responsibility, be able to learn what it's like to work for somebody else. All of these things are missed when the rising minimum wages become so high that a business owner can no longer afford to stay in business. It's why many families are paying $20, $30, $40 to just get their family food at a fast food restaurant.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclubs.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
You'll have the best flow in the show on Sunday, June 30th at 1:35 when the Phillies face the Marlins. And kids 14 and under receive a PJP Bryce Harper cooling headband. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com. The West heads east on Monday, June 17th and Tuesday, June 18th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05 when the Padres visit the Phils at Citizens Bank Park. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Friday, June 7th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. The phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Sean Farish, guest co-hosting today with Dawn and I. Stocker on his way to Hofstra University to give another speech to broadcasting majors, radio, TV people, communication experts. He's going to have a pleasant drive to Long Island. Anthony DiRenzo, Henry is here as well. Phil's handling the video. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. We made it. The weekend is upon us. Sean Farish, how you doing, pal?
I'm doing good. It's nice to hear that Greg is going to be speaking at my alma mater.
No, you're a Hofstra guy?
Yeah. Nice.
I'm a Hofstra guy, a Hofstra radio guy. So that's pretty funny. Hey, be careful. Don't go too far off campus in that location, Uniondale. Not the best area of Long Island, but if you stay on campus, you should be okay.
All right. Very good. I did not know you were a Hofstra guy. I know they have a great radio program, much like Syracuse and Fordham. So I didn't realize you were a broadcasting elitist. I thought you were the everyday common man, Farish.
Oh, no. I'm a broadcasting snob. Elitist, et cetera, whatever we'd like to use as the label. That's me. I did go to school at Hofstra. It was a great radio program there they have. And just, again, you stay on campus, you're okay. You start kind of wandering off into the surrounding areas. Let's say you may not come home without a cut or a bruise.
Gotcha.
But we'll see.
Okay. All right. No different than Philadelphia,
So
my
stay
alma
safe,
mater.
Greg.
Yep.
Stay safe, Greg.
Greg's gonna wander off campus after his speech today, like Joe Biden on a stage, and be like,
Holy crap!
yeah, pretty much. We got a lot of good stuff to get to today. A big take on the big guy, because yesterday was just a disaster for Joe Biden on the global stage, and it continued after we got off the air at 10 o'clock this morning. Also, a lot of fallout from what happened yesterday over with Normandy, France. Also, we've got a lot of stuff with Trump and Biden here in the first hour or so. And then we've got more stuff with Caitlin Clark in the second hour. We have some flag, hypocrisy, and hatred stories to get to. The cut sheet is absolutely loaded. And also, wait until you hear what a giant retailer is now resorting to for their employees when it pertains to shoplifting in this country. Let's just say they're taking a page out of the playbook of the police. And we'll get to that as we move along this morning. But before we get to the news and before we get to the big take, we got to play this right off the top. This is going to set the tone for the first hour, not only content-wise, but for the hilarity and hijinks that will ensue. This is our buddy Sean Farish yesterday dropping a new Trump video in light of what happened on the stage with the big guy. Guys, this is K4. Sean Farish, take it away.
First the Vatican, now in France. Crooked Joe Biden pooped his pants. He pooped, and everybody saw it happen. Everybody knows what happened here. As they say in France, Joe a fait caca devant la Président Macron. That means Crooked Joe pooped in front of President Macron. You see what happened. It never would have happened if I was your president. But you see on the instant replay, the dead giveaway, Dr. Jill, and you don't need to be a doctor to know what the hell's going on here. She's covering her nose. She's covering her mouth. Macron's wife is like Lynyrd Skynyrd. She's saying, ooh, that smell. She can't believe it. Nobody can believe it. President Poopy Pants strikes again. First in front of the Pope, the Tootsie Rolls. Now in front of Macron. What a disgrace.
What a piece of beautiful work that is. How many takes did it take for you to get that one nailed out yesterday?
I was thinking about it all day. How should we approach this? And I saw a lot of people doing the I see London, I see France. So I decided to change it out and go, first the Vatican, now in France, because obviously everybody knows about, especially everybody listens to this show, knows about the Tootsie Roll incident in front of the Pope. We talk about it all the time. You're not supposed to do that in front of the Pope, but he did it. He dropped the Tootsies all over the place. And you're not supposed to say or do that, but they did that. So he took that route. It didn't take too long to do it. Always fun. The guy gives me material.
Yeah.
I don't like waiting for him to fall. I don't have to wait very long. So,
yep.
We decided to go. That was an ugly scene yesterday. Whether he pooped or not, it was an ugly scene.
Unbelievable. It really is. All right, 6:06 right out of the gate here. Let's get to round number one of the news, and we give you the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. Friday morning, June the 7th, 72 degrees, headed up to 85 today. We are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds. So police in Upper Marion Township asking for the public's help in IDing a suspect who they say stole an expensive watch at KOP Mall. I know that we talk about retail theft a lot. This is another one that happened inside the Breitling store. Police say the man asked to see several different watches on display, and then as the store associate was removing another tray from a locked case, that suspect quickly grabbing the watch worth $40,000.
A Breitling goes for 40 G's?
40 grand.
I knew they were pricey. I didn't realize they were that expensive.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So this isn't the first time they've had, this is one of those stores like Givenchy, others at KOP. They've tried security guards. They've tried locked cases. They've tried making it like a nightclub where only so many people can get into the store.
Yeah.
These thieves make their way in, and the store employees are, they don't have armed guards.
No, and obviously you can't try to detain them because then you get sued, and then the company fires you, and then the thief is the victim.
Yes. So true.
Wow.
Today is the day. Friday is this morning. This is the day that the University of the Arts, last day that they are open. Students have been protesting all week. Yesterday, it was Thursday, so Philadelphia City Council meets on Thursdays, and they held a hearing in order to determine what the closure of the University of the Arts what impact it could have on higher education in the area, as well as the school students and staff. So during this meeting, they set up a situation where they're going to hold hearings, and they are going to hold an investigation. There are multiple calls for investigation, but exploring the sudden closing of the University of the Arts and the negative impacts on those students. So a lot of different calls for what's going on here. How did they lose millions of dollars? How is it that nobody knew about it? These students had less than a week notice, and so now they're left. Unless you just graduated, obviously, you are mid-school. Where are you going to go? What are you going to do? And you really don't have much time.
No, you're SOL. Yeah.
So still a lot of questions. But today I just wanted to call to your attention that they're going ahead with this closing. Their president had announced his resignation. Also, University of Pennsylvania issued new temporary rules governing on-campus protests after that chaos and the encampment at the anti-Israel demonstrations at the university led to the arrest of those 33 protesters. I'll point out to you only a small fraction, we learned later by the police, that the protesters, the vast majority, were not students. Many of not even from here. Many of them were those so-called professional protesters.
Mm-hmm. As we nailed it. We said that was an overwhelming majority of them.
So these new rules, which are going into effect, they have to be reviewed and, by a faculty-led committee and go through their process, but they're not going to have, they are calling it an unauthorized overnight activity. If you're not allowed to spend the night, you're not allowed to set up a tent, these protests, they're shutting this down essentially, saying this is not happening again.
Good. We shouldn't have to go through that again for multiple months on end.
Yeah.
I have to say, University of Pennsylvania, as far as they were the first one, remember, after the hearings and Elise Stefanik grilling them.
Yep.
U of Penn has managed to act, I think, quickly and decisively as compared to the other Ivy Leagues.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, remember, Liz McGill was one of the first ones to be, jettisoned on out, so to speak. Yeah.
True.
Yep.
A quick follow-up here, as remember we talked about the story of this, just a really upsetting story that a Bucks County woman, Kelly Fowler, she took her doggy, or cute doggy Teddy, to a PetSmart in Fairless Hills to get groomed. Remember this story?
I do recall this, yeah.
And then said that she picked up Teddy, and Teddy was all lethargic and acting very strange. She takes Teddy to the veterinarian, who says that Teddy had ingested THC.
Teddy got high.
Teddy got high.
It's
He's good friends with Hunter.
It's the new Afro Man remix because Teddy got high.
That's it. He got high like a dog. You know that?
So now the Bucks County SPCA says that then they jumped in and said, what's going on here? They conducted their own investigation. They say they found no evidence that Teddy ingested THC after the visit. So the SPCA saying, yes, Teddy had the marijuana ingestible. Bucks County SPCA says didn't happen.
So they took a blood test, obviously,
Yes.
to see what was in his system. It came back positive, and now there's a conflicting report that says otherwise.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm flummoxed.
Yeah, so now I know that Kelly, she released a statement. She was very upset, and she's doesn't, I think nobody knows what to think here.
Okay.
But PetSmart, I believe PetSmart went ahead and paid the bill anyway for the vet.
I'd love to know if there's video footage. I mean, I would imagine that store's got surveillance. Go comb through the tapes. Was somebody in the back where there is a video camera, up on the wall,
right?
Dropping a little gummy in Teddy's bowl.
Well, that's what I'm sorry, Sean.
Oh, no, all I know is that they say it's a gateway drug, so as long as this dog doesn't start using other drugs, I think he'll be okay. You know what I mean? We just want to make sure we keep the crack away from, the dog. 'Cause, again, Hunter, it wound up being really bad.
Yeah, every 20 minutes, yeah.
Oh, no word if Teddy got the munchies. I don't know if he had the munchies.
I think dogs always have the munchies.
Chris Christie always has the munchies, by the way.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
So the looks like the prosecution today will rest in the Hunter Biden trial. We've been following that. I know we'll talk about that. And then as well, Bob Menendez, that trial that we've been following. So I'll put those on your docket. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds this morning. Summer, what a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Just visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Today, a beautiful Friday. We are teed up for 84 degrees, bright sunny skies. Much of the same tomorrow. Sunday looks like we'll start out nice, but a chance for some thunder showers to move it through quickly for your Sunday afternoon, 82 degrees. So watch out for Sunday afternoon if you're thinking about golf, maybe earlier in the day rather than later in the day, because we could see a little lightning and T-storms moving through.
All right.
Kayal and Company News Live.
Thank you very much, Dawn. 6:14 on this Friday morning. Let's wrap up the week with one last big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, Biden drops the ball on D-Day. Yesterday was the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and yesterday on the global stage, 81-year-old Joe Biden embarrassed the United States of America for the whole world to see. And I take no pride in saying this. I'm actually ashamed at the fact that our president has made our country the butt of jokes worldwide. And I have said countless times that Biden exudes weakness and fragility, and yesterday it was on full display. In the final hour or so of Kayal and Company Thursday morning, we played you this clip of Joe Biden, apparently not sure if he was supposed to sit or stand. Was there a chair or was there not? And was he losing his bowels yet again? Here was that clip in case you missed it. Listen and watch.
Distinguished guests, please welcome the Honorable Lloyd J. Austin.
Yes, a chair was behind him, and we've seen and heard the stories in the past, as Sean has mentioned, at the Vatican. And we had fun with that clip yesterday, but that was just the beginning of what apparently was too strenuous of a day for the big guy to handle. As Biden left the stage, he was then seen and heard saying, quote, "My advance team said I got to be the first one to leave." Listen and watch this. He was seen walking out with First Lady Jill Biden, French President Emmanuel Macron, and his wife. Yep, he's got to be the first one to leave, doing the Biden shuffle as he skedaddles on out and on his way. Keep in mind, folks, these are long days for a president whose calendar is widely unscheduled many days. And on days where he does work 4 hours, he calls it a lid by early afternoon. But it didn't end there. Then Joe Biden would arrive at Omaha Beach. And I'm not sure what he's doing here. He may think he's in Omaha, Nebraska. Here's Biden getting out of his black SUV looking confused. Watch this clip. For those not watching on YouTube this morning, he is in a trance, staring to his right, almost frozen in time, and then he pivots around to his left. I have no explanation for what we just witnessed. This on a week where the Biden administration is fuming over reports from the Wall Street Journal as they've released an exclusive that we discussed yesterday on the show where they interviewed 45 lawmakers, both Democrat and Republican, who detailed how out of it Joe Biden is behind closed doors. Yet this administration will repeatedly lie to the American public and say, Joe is sharp as a tack, or he is vibrant and full of energy. There's an old phrase that goes like this: the engine is running, but there's nobody behind the wheel. That perfectly illustrates Joe Biden. It's embarrassing. It's also sad, but it's not surprising. Democrats are cutthroat, and they will drag a carcass across the finish line to win an election if that person is their best option for victory, regardless of the lack of humanity behind their intentions and wishes and political desires. Yet miraculously, in 20 days, Joe Biden will debate his rival Donald Trump Thursday night, June 27th on CNN, and all of a sudden he'll have the energy of a 61-year-old shot out of a cannon. And you might say, how? And you'll wonder why people speculate that he's shot up on something to find an ounce of juice that will hopefully last for 60 to 90 minutes when giving a State of the Union speech. Yesterday was peak Biden. It's exactly why Ronnie Jackson, Republican from Texas, and former White House physician under both Barack Obama and Donald Trump said this week that Biden is a, quote, national security issue. And here's a montage of Biden's depleted mental faculties and physical well-being on full display. Listen and watch this.
Anyway, and I don't want to, well, maybe choose my words. I was just thanking, anyway. But I just, look, I mean, Putin's kleptocracy, yeah. It was in January, after being elected, the late January, early February. He said, it's not, we lead, not just, well, I won't go into it. Here's what drives the driver in the states that are affected. Here's what you can do, the drivers. For two reasons. One,
Let's call it what it is. That's elder abuse. That's no different than what Dianne Feinstein was dealing with and going through at the age of 90, still serving the American public. And that montage actually goes on for 5 minutes. We gave you 75 seconds because, well, you get the point. How can anyone in good conscience say that Joe Biden is more fit to lead than Donald Trump is? Forget the fact that Trump has more accomplishments. Forget the fact that Trump has a better economy, no inflation, a secured border, law and order on the streets, no wars, and energy independence. But Democrats in this country would rather have that. What you are really saying is that you would rather have more of Barack Obama behind the scenes calling the shots, a third Obama term and a fourth Obama term. Because we know you don't want Kamala Harris. She actually polls lower than Joe does. Let that sink in for a moment. Americans are not stupid, but they are emotional. And it's scary to think that you would rather have that this November than what you had from top to bottom, minus the drama, media created and media driven, by the way, from 2017 to 2020, before a global pandemic from China was unleashed on the world, and the George Floyd story put feelings over facts. 81 million people got duped. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And do you really think that a Biden-Harris second term will lead to where we were in every important category from 2017 through 2019 if you reelect them? Of course it won't. Putin, Xi, Hamas, Iran, North Korea, they're all watching. Illegal immigrants around the country, they're all watching, and around the globe, by the way. We have devolved into a nation of zero consequences for illegal actions. We have abandoned facts and truth for concepts such as, well, it's my truth. It might not be reality, but it's my truth. Government censorship, climate scams, DEI practices, the Constitution slowly but surely being decimated, and America staring World War III and maybe even a civil war directly in the face. Remember when Joe Biden said he would be a uniter? All he has done is divide through a weaponized DOJ. And all of this happening all because of the weak, inept leadership, all by design, to further crush the middle class and destroy what those 150,000 brave souls fought for on June 6th, 1944. D-Day 80, the day where the commander-in-chief epitomized why everything has turned to crap, literally and figuratively. And that's the big take.
The on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, your thoughts and reactions from yesterday, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT, and of course in the YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Join the Kayal and Company comment community by hitting the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back at Dawn and Sean's thoughts on the other side. Hey, that rhymed. It's Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Sean's in for Stocker this morning as we continue Friday morning. Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you a Philly entrepreneur? Do you run one of the fastest growing companies in the Philly region? Do you want to benefit by being part of the Philadelphia 100 Awards and join other winners who have been recognized by this 35-year-old organization? Free applications are now open at philly100.org.
Apply now to be highlighted as one of the fastest growing companies in the Philadelphia region. Join us in the fall when awards are recognized. Register today at philly100.org. That's philly100.org.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at tra.com or call us at 800-511-0379, 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one offer. To order, call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Are you looking for a place to call home? Say hello to hassle-free home loans with American Heritage Credit Union. Our team will guide you through every step from pre-approval to closing. And with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage, you can unlock exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discount when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/Home Connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand.
You hold my hand. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Don't walk around with T-shirts and cover-ups at the pool or the beach this summer. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose weight the natural way quickly and safely. Locations close by or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Get slimmer before the summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET to lose 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days. Guaranteed. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
This segment of Kayal and Company is sponsored by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. budgetblinds.com.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more.
All right, 6:31. Happy Friday to all of you. Kayal and Company as we get it going. Final day of the week. Nick, Dawn, and Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this morning as he treks to Long Island to give a School of Radio speech at Hofstra University. Very interesting. I thought he would be saving the University of the Arts in Philadelphia this morning. Maybe he is. Maybe it's just his alibi. Maybe he's duping all of us. But it's good to have everybody in. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We will get to a couple of things in regards to Donald Trump. Very interesting fundraiser for him in the Bay Area last night in which he raised $12 million in San Francisco. Also, billionaire David Sachs, we talked about last week in a big take of following the money. He laid out a very well thought out, well written, and articulated tweet thread in regards to why he's backing Trump a second time around. We'll get to that this morning. And also, if you remember the early days of Kayal and Company, I went to high school with an ex-Biden staffer, Michael LaRosa. He is outraged over the Wall Street Journal releasing all these faux outrage quotes from Democrats in that article, and we'll get to some of his quotes coming up. But I want to get to Dawn and Sean's thoughts on what happened yesterday because, Dawn, we wrapped up, and the only thing we had talked about was the one incident where it looked like he might have been soiling himself. Did he have a chair behind him? But after that, there was multiple moments that we highlighted in the big take yesterday. I think a lot of people know that Joe is out of it, but maybe those that don't live it on a daily basis were consuming news media yesterday because of the significance of D-Day 80, and they saw the President of the United States on a global stage And yet again, he just embarrassed himself every which way possible.
Yeah, it was a solemn day, and it was supposed to be all about really paying tribute to our veterans.
Yeah.
And instead, look at what everybody's talking about. And I also thought it was just embarrassing as he went on and on about Ukraine and funding. There was part of this it just felt like he was partisan and political, and that's not what we wanted to see or hear.
Time and place, right?
Yeah.
Time and place, for sure. Sean Ferris, your thoughts from yesterday? I know you gave us that great clip right off the top as Trump, but your thoughts?
Well, I mean, look, whether or not I've been getting some kind of pushback on social media with this video. Well, he really didn't, he didn't really poop himself. He was sitting down. That's not the point. The point is, if he did actually poop himself, nobody would be shocked. That's the issue. And we shouldn't be living with that as the leader of the free world. That's the problem here. A couple of things that what you said in the big take today. This is something that drives me crazy that you highlighted. Facts versus truth. You mentioned, my truth versus you. There is no my truth, your truth, this truth. There is the truth, and everything else is a lie, right? Up is up, down is down. And if you don't agree with that, then you're doing something wrong. The other thing you mentioned, too, is that we've devolved into a nation of zero consequences for illegal actions. I'm so happy you said that, because what is the one thing that Democrats have been saying specifically over the last 6 weeks with regards to the Trump trial? Nobody is above the law, right? Nobody's above the law. Not Peter Navarro, not Steve Bannon, who have to go to jail for contempt of Congress. But if you're Hunter Biden and you're James Biden and you lie to Congress and you have criminal referrals sent to the Department of Justice, nothing happens to you. If you violate a congressional subpoena, like Hillary Clinton did, where she destroyed the evidence, smashed a BlackBerry, and wiped her servers with a bleach bit program, nothing happens to you. If you're an illegal immigrant in Maryland getting arrested for child sex crimes, not just arrested, not just tried, but convicted of child sex crimes, you don't have to go to jail. That's what happened in Maryland. They just arrested a guy again. So we have devolved into a nation of zero consequences for illegal actions. 100% right. Now you're getting consequences for legal actions, right? Donald Trump did nothing wrong. I still don't know what he was convicted of a week ago in New York City.
True.
We still don't know the crime, right? But we're told that there are 34 felony counts. What's the felony? I don't know. It's kind of like Christine Blasey Ford was the freaking juror, right? Oh, he raped me. He did all these terrible things. But when did it happen? I don't know. Who was there? I don't know. What was the address? I don't know. How old were you? I don't know. What time was it? I don't know. You don't know, but you know for a fact that it happened. So, I mean, this is that whole argument about your truth versus my truth versus the truth. There is the truth, and then there's everything else. And I know that, it's kind of low-hanging fruit to poke fun at Joe Biden, right? Did he do anything on the stage? The point of the matter is the dude embarrassed himself again yesterday, whether he was, taking a load off on the stage or he was just looking to sit down. It didn't look good. Yeah. Period. End of story. It didn't look good. And I'm sorry, but perception is reality. And I perceived what I saw on that stage in Normandy yesterday as him pooping himself. And I'm sorry if anybody has a hard time with that. That's what it looked like. That wouldn't be something so far-fetched. We've seen it before. And this is not a good representation of our country or our interests on the world stage. Again, there's just no way that people can be comfortable sending this guy back for another 4 years. I don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
I agree.
Babylon Bee agrees, too. Their headline, Biden drops first bomb on Normandy in 80 years. With a quote, "Help me out here, Jill. I'm having a bit of a D-Day of my own in my D-pens."
And how about how sleek and coy Jill is now? After all these years of having to cover for her husband's gaffes, she just throws the hand over her mouth. Joey, don't sit yet. The chair's not there. Are you pooping yourself? I don't know what she was saying, but she was really trying to keep that on the down low, so to speak, and trying to make sure that her husband didn't make a fool of himself in front of the whole entire world to see yesterday.
And she failed because he did make a fool of himself. And she always fails because he always makes a fool of himself. there was that montage of the Biden clips, right? Nobody knows what's going on. There's a clip out there. It's all of where he's at a brewery in Wisconsin, and he's definitely either drunk or the drugs wore off at the wrong time because he's just, oh, this is great beer. There's another one where he did an interview. I think it was with Scott Pelley, who's chewing on his glasses on CNN, not CNN, 60 Minutes on CBS, I think.
Same thing.
And he says these words, and I quote, "I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly." Now, I don't know what that means.
No, I don't either.
Still don't know what that means. He said that 2 years ago. What does it mean? Nobody knows. We should kind of know what the president is saying. And by the way, like softball batting practice type interviews, you're not getting challenged hardcore on 60 Minutes. They asked him, "How's your mental focus?" He's like, "Oh yeah, it's great. I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly." Nobody wants to know what that means. We're just going to give him a pass. This is ridiculous. This guy, he's I like to call him a wind-up doll. You wind him up and then you let him loose on society. He says crazy stuff. He wanders all over the place. You never know what you're going to get. It's like one of those old toys where you cranked it up and you just let it loose, and whatever happened. That's what it's like with Biden.
Another line from Babylon B. "Oh boy, this is a big one. Get me out of here, Jill. Help me clean this up before President Macron smells it. Not a joke."
Not a joke.
And you're outside, by the way, and you probably still could smell it if, in fact, he did do that, which, some people are like, "Oh, I can't believe you're making fun of the guy." The point is he should not, and it's not about the age, right? No. It's about the diminishing mental faculties at 81 years old. And we played you the clip yesterday in the Big Take from, I forget the guy's name, but he was a Trump campaign advisor in 2016. And he's like, who's the guy? I'm drawing a blank now. Oh, my God, the 91-year-old. He was like, I would take financial advice from him still. Warren Buffett. Oh, okay. Yeah, Warren Buffett at 91 still has his faculties. Dawn's father. Dawn, your father's what, 87, 88?
Yeah, 88.
Still sharp as a tack, right? Yeah. Not everybody ages the same way. So it's never been an age thing with Joe. And you look at Trump, he's only 3 years younger, 3.5 years. And Trump, I've said this, if you look at Trump from 16 to 20 to 24, I don't know, maybe a 5% decline. But physically, he looks a little thinner. He's always had the tan. Trump right now looks like he's found the fountain of youth. Like all of this lawfare has invigorated him. Yet every single day goes by. You just listen to Joe, compare him in 21 to 22, 22 to 23. It's like a banana sitting on your counter. You got it. It was green, and then it was yellow, and then it got the brown specks on it, and now it's completely mush. That's Joe Biden, and he's eroded before the eyes of the American public.
Nick, it's so funny that you say that too about how Trump and Biden are similar in age, because the Democrats like to try and debunk that Joe Biden's too old by focusing on just the number. Yeah. First of all, it's Pride Month, so that's ageist. You're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to focus on the actual number of the age. It's just a number. Joe Biden's 81, but he could identify as 27. He actually might believe that. That's the first part. That's the first problem. But the second thing is they're like, well, Biden's 81, Trump is 78. What's the difference? What do you mean? Watch the two men operate, right? Joe Biden, like you said, is the mushy banana. And, Trump is a pristine. He's beautiful. He's the only orange banana I've ever seen. But I can tell you that it's a beautiful thing. And you said he's tan. Fake news. We have the citrus thing going on. We're orange. We're beautiful. It's a wonderful complexion. Like a lot of people say, I look like a golden guy. But seriously, though, 81 versus 78, you wouldn't think there would be this much of a difference. And I have not seen, you can see Donald Trump. Maybe he'll slur a word here or there. He'll get a name wrong, whatever. But this happens every time Joe Biden's in front of a camera. Yeah. Something weird happens every time he's in front of a camera. And that's not just because he's, he's the same age as Trump. The guy's losing it. We know he's losing it. And it's gotten worse over the last 4 years.
He looks decrepit. By the way, Trump turns 78 next week.
Oh, is that right?
It's his birthday.
On Flag Day.
There you go.
June 14th.
On Flag Day. There you go. So if you guys recall the beginning of this show, almost 2 years ago, we launched this show October 3rd, 2022, right about a month before midterm elections. And we had Michael LaRosa on the show. I forget how it all played out. Michael LaRosa was a staffer for the Biden administration. I believe he specifically worked with Dr. Jill. And we went to high school together. He was on the swim team. And I didn't know that he actually went into politics. So I ended up seeing a story about him in September or October, right around when the show started. And I'm like, I'll be damned. I went to high school with this guy. And of course, he's a Democrat. He's propping up the Bidens. I think I might have tweeted him, and then he fired back. And then all of the followers that we have that we started building up on the show in October that we inherited from Rich started going after Michael LaRosa. And then I think, look, I might be having a Biden moment. I thought we had Michael on the show. Maybe we didn't, but I think we did. And we had a back and forth, and then he hung up, and there was a big, kerfuffle, and everybody was tweeting him, and then the whole bit. And I was like, you're welcome to come on again anytime you want or whatever. So now he is going off, and he is saying that the Wall Street Journal article is nothing but faux outrage. That's a quote from him, from Democrats, after the bombshell Wall Street Journal story from Wednesday revealed that Biden is showing signs of slipping, which is not really breaking news. It was more about the quotes from the Democrats that stood out. And LaRosa says, quote, the faux outrage over the use of blind sources is especially rich, coming from political staffers in both parties. LaRosa wrote this in a social media post responding to Democratic lawmakers who attacked, quote, anonymous Republican sources quoted by the Journal. LaRosa then has the temerity to go on and say, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal are not extensions of the Democratic Party, and nor should they be. Now, you want to make the case for the Wall Street Journal not being that? Okay, I got you. But don't give me the Washington Post and the New York Times, not a left-wing propaganda outlet for the Biden administration. There's other quotes. You can read it on foxnews.com. The headline is, ex-Biden staffer calls out Democrats for faux outrage over WSJ article. But, I mean, this is the level to which Democrats will go to defend their guy. They'll actually try to argue, Sean, that the New York Times and the Washington Post are not left-wing outlets that prop up the Democrat.
It's unbelievable. That to me is show me one favorable article in New York Times that they wrote about Donald Trump. One. I mean, they've run with every single hoax you can imagine. Every single one. And this guy, now, the fact that he has the nerve, right, to come out and say that, I don't like blind source. Were you saying the same thing in 2017 and 2016 when the dossier came out? The dossier that Hillary Clinton paid for? Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, Nick, how did Hillary Clinton pay for that dossier? She paid a law firm and listed it as a legal expense. So I'm expecting Alvin freaking Bragg, the walrus, Mr. Twinkies himself, Thunder Thighs, to go ahead and indict Hillary Clinton. Is that going to happen? No, because he doesn't want to die. I'm saying I guess he's just, smart in that regard. You spend too much time with the Clintons, you might wind up hanging out for a little too long with a gunshot wound in the back of the head. Who knows? I don't know who's got I don't know whose body count is bigger, Hillary Clinton or Nikki Haley, but those are two different types of body counts, but I don't know what we're talking about. Look at this guy, we're on fire. It's a Friday. Yeah. This guy is talking about, I don't like blind sources, unnamed. So are you kidding me? How about all the fake stories about that there's an N-word tape of Donald Trump? First of all, if that exists, number one, I promise it's not me saying it. I would never do that. I would never say that. Number two, if that exists, we'd have it already. Yeah. I don't want to hear about an unnamed source says Donald Trump said this, that, or the other, or he called them suckers and losers, the veteran. This guy wants to complain about blind sources now because it's damaging about his guy, when if they were blind sources, they're at least speaking the truth. When for the entire first term of Donald Trump's, presidency, or his entire first term, it right now is his presidency, we were judging him and spreading stories about him based off of anonymous sources and a dossier that couldn't be verified. This guy needs to look himself in the mirror and just kind of, he needs to have a moment internally and say, maybe I should just stop talking for a little bit, because it's embarrassing.
It is.
Yeah, many in the military, there were many people yesterday talking about how terrible it was that so-called mainstream media yesterday was misquoting something that has been debunked, which was Trump, that whole story that on a different D-Day when Trump was president, how he had called military, those killed in the military dead, losers, suckers.
Yeah.
That has been debunked repeatedly by those who were there to say this is just a made-up story, and yet people go with it.
Yep. No, you're right. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. Also, Donald Trump gets a polling boost post-conviction, and I think it's a significant number. We'll get to that, as well as the quotes of a billionaire in the Bay who is now on board with DJT. That's coming up next as we continue. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Just about 2 months ago, stopped out to Piazza Acura of Westchester and drove the road and track performance car of the year. It's the 2024 Acura Integra. I've been an Acura owner for 10 years. I owned one from 2012 up until the end of 2023, and the new Integra is by far the most striking Acura I've seen. Well-equipped with advanced safety and tech features like wireless Apple CarPlay, high-performance adaptive damper system technology, Wi-Fi hotspot capability, and a 16-speaker premium audio system. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra at their 3 different locations, Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading, and tell them Nick sent you.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you. They create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head, and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Out here, in the middle of all these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. And sometimes, that's how it feels when you're going through tough times. Stress builds up, you have trouble sleeping, maybe your mind is racing and you just don't feel like yourself. So what do? We get help. Lots of people are struggling with their mental health. It's more common than you think. The good news is, there are people in our community who are here for us when times are tough. Sometimes, just talking to someone can make all the difference in the world, so we don't feel so alone. One thing you can do is visit loveyourmindtoday.org for simple steps you can take to find the right solution for you. Whether it's hearing stories about what other people are going through, or finding the resources we need to navigate the stresses in our lives. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.654, it's Kayal and Company. Happy Friday to all of you as we continue wrapping up the first hour here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish. Sean in for Stocker this morning. What's on the cut sheet? Well, you'll find out coming up at 7:45 this morning. We'll continue with some Trump conversation after the news in hour number 2. And then also now we have Republican congressional leaders in Indiana coming to the aid and the defense of Caitlin Clark as this story just will not go away. We'll get to that in hour number 2 as well. But just to put a bow here on the 6 o'clock hour, the latest Emerson College poll was released yesterday. And I think this is significant because I think every demographic, every percentage point matters. 27% say that Donald Trump's conviction, as we are now a week removed from that, makes them more likely to support him, while 4 in 10 voters said nothing had changed, and a third of them, 33%, said that the decision to convict him makes them less likely to back the Republican Party's leader. I got to tell you, as we wrap up here, I think the next time we're going to see a bump for Trump in the polls will come in 21 days after that debate, because I don't think no matter how they try to, insulate Joe with the rules and the settings for the CNN debate on the 27th, John, I don't think it's going to help Joe. I think we're going to see another bump for Trump coming up in just about 3 weeks.
The enthusiasm too. I think while the support level, I'm looking at that Emerson poll also, and it says Trump's support in our polling remained the same before and after his conviction. But this is the biggest indicator, and the biggest difference is that Republicans, the folks who are supporting Donald Trump, are now more enthusiastic about supporting Donald Trump. Democrats are not more or less enthusiastic about Biden. Conviction, no conviction, neither here nor there. But the folks behind Trump, you could see it in the fundraising numbers. I think they just released a number about $400 million through all different fundraising avenues that the campaign has raised since the conviction in a week. I mean, that's almost $500 million. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. That's like Zelensky money, right? So you have all of this enthusiasm from Trump's support. That is contagious. That's something that, when it's put on display for other people to see, they want to be a part of a movement like that too. And so I think that's what we're seeing from the conviction now and in the polls, where the number of the support may not change, like the percentage, head to head.
Yep.
But the enthusiasm behind Trump has certainly surged, and that is an indicator that you really can't overlook. You can't take that with a grain of salt. That's very important.
All right, coming up next, we'll get to some news. Dawn's ready for hour number 2, and then we'll wrap up our Trump conversation with what billionaire David Sachs had to say in regards to the fundraising effort. Speaking of money, Trump raised another $12 million just last night in San Francisco, of all places. The details on the way. It's Kayal and Company. Hour 2 is next.
Dom Giordano.
Congressman Wesley Hunt here on the Dom Show. A military guy with that kind of background, why get into Congress?
Oh, because, when you're an Apache pilot and you've flown 55 combat air missions in Baghdad, you've been shot at by a Russian-made 50 caliber fully automatic Dishka, being in Congress is actually quite easy.
I did see you once in one of those back and forths in Congress. I thought helicopters would be used pretty soon.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
It's no secret that American consumers nationwide are accumulating credit card debt at record levels due to high interest rates and rising inflation. But here's the good news. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, you may qualify to have your debt significantly reduced. National Debt Relief's award-winning team negotiates with your creditors to reduce a large portion of what you owe, putting you on the fast track to being debt-free. National Debt Relief has helped over 550,000 people reduce their debt, is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and is the top-rated debt relief company. Act now to learn how this debt relief is helping so many people during these hard economic times. You have nothing to lose but your debt. For a free consultation and to learn what debt relief you may qualify for, call the National Debt Relief Hotline now at 800-709-3542. 800-709-3542. Again, that's 800-709-3542.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
My dad loves Philly sports, and I need a Father's Day gift.
Tickets to see Joe Conklin are the perfect Father's Day gift.
Oh, my goodness. It was absolutely wonderful. All the voices and the singing.
And just seeing my dad, seeing the look on my dad's face.
Just the mix of the comedy and the singing. You never knew which way they were going to go with it.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood, Saturday, June 29. And at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It is Kayal and Company. Hour number 2 underway on this Friday morning, 7:02. Rise and shine. Let's go. One more day to go, and then the weekend will be here. Nick, Dawn, and Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you join the program. You can tweet us at 1210 WPHT. Send us your comments on the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, and take us wherever you go with the free Odyssey app. We've got a little bit more on Trump coming up after the news, and then we'll get to the latest ridiculous stuff going on in the world of the Caitlin Clark saga that has not lost any steam. I would like to think after today it'll be the last time we ever talk WNBA basketball on this show, although we're not really talking about basketball. We're talking about political, social, and racial issues that some people just can't seem to get over because, we got to put everybody in a box. It's not about appreciating merit and greatness. It's about who you sleep with and what your race is. And now congressional leaders are stepping in. So it's definitely in the political spectrum. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Friday morning, June the 7th, 73 degrees with a high of 85 on your Friday. We are sponsored this morning by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. So 2 separate shootings in 2 different Philadelphia neighborhoods, leaving a man and a woman this morning in critical condition in the emergency room, so in emergency departments across Philadelphia hospitals. So the first one happened last night, and this was before sunset, closer to 7 p.m., 4,000 block of the Boulevard, Roosevelt Boulevard. 37-year-old woman shot in the chest right out on the street. Medics rushed her to Temple University Hospital, and they say right now she is fighting for her life. No arrests in this case. We have no word of a motive. Just police asking for tips and information. That's it. And then about closer to 8:15, 8:20, 6,000 block of Market Street, 36-year-old man hit by gunfire multiple times in his chest. Police rushing him. So they didn't even wait for the ambulance, which we hear that more and more, that police are just scooping somebody up, putting them in a cruiser and rushing them because the seconds matter to save people's lives.
Terrible.
Police, I know, right?
Yeah.
We don't say that enough in the news as to how many times police save somebody's life when they're laying there bleeding, left out on the street.
Yeah.
Rushing this guy to Penn Pres, and he's listed right now in critical condition. No word, no arrests.
Yep.
It's under investigation. No motive. What happened here? No word.
That's the first thing you always wonder, at least the way my brain operates now in Philadelphia with these gun crimes, was the victim the intended victim? Because as you've talked about countless times where we have shootings in this city where somebody catches a stray bullet where they were not the intended victim. We've got a bad, you know what, if we're going to have criminals just shooting in the streets, can we at least offer them target practice so the intended victim is the one that gets it? I say that somewhat facetiously, but it's just embarrassing.
Yeah, and that's just it. Are these, to your point, is this somebody that they were being mugged? Is this what's happening? Is it gangs? Is it drugs? Is it, we so often you hear these news stories rattled off in the local news or you see it in the paper, and nobody asks these questions. Well, what's going on here? Imagine if this happened in Radnor. Imagine it happened in the Bucks County burbs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody would shut everything down, and you would be searching for 2 different shooters.
We're now living in a world where the cops double as medics to rush you to the hospital, but also living in a world now where the left-wingers want to send out social workers to replace the police on 911 calls.
Amen.
That's ridiculous.
It is, Sean.
There was a story out of New York, by the way, like about a year and a half ago with this. They have the cashless bail. And they said, if somebody is robbing you, ask them nicely to stop and then confuse them by saying, didn't I go to high school with you? I don't know. If I'm in McDonald's and someone walks in with a hatchet, I'm probably not asking if we were in the same math class. I'm going to probably get away from that person. It's ridiculous. Let the cops do their job, and I think we'll all be in a better place.
Mm-hmm.
Amen. The University of the Arts, we keep talking about this because that closure set for today, and U of A students filing a new lawsuit just hours before the school is officially set to close. So this is the first one filed by students, and this is a 150-year-old institution, quite famous, a lot of history in Philadelphia, but also think of the University of Arts. They own a lot of prime real estate in Center City, Philadelphia, in and around the Philadelphia region. So just putting that one out to you. This particular announcement of the suit was brought on behalf of 14 different students, plaintiffs, and seeks class action status.
Yeah, the only thing that could have saved the University of Arts was if they offered a opportunity to Hunter Biden to be a professor and teach the arts, right? I mean, Joe taught at Penn, even though he never taught a class. Dr. Jill's a doctor, even though nobody knows what she's a doctor of. Yeah, we know Hunter, he's got Picassos everywhere.
With the straw, right? With the straw.
I wonder if he's going to try and cut his own ear off, like Picasso. That'd be interesting.
That was Van Gogh.
I mean, I'm not saying he should. I'm just saying if, he may follow in the footsteps of greatness that way.
It's a sin. So we have
you
that.
Never know. Crack is a powerful drug. I mean, you start taking it too much, all of a sudden you're starting to chop. Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, when you're on it every 20 minutes, it's a hell of a way to go through life.
Jeez.
Never know.
And I reported earlier about Philadelphia City Council. They held a hearing yesterday, and they are continuing on with their hearings. We know that, I think I reported yesterday or day before, the faculty now saying that the U of A, they violated federal labor laws. So there are a lot of different suits going on here. There are multiple layers and levels of investigations. Also, there is word that there's some kind of a merger with Temple, your alum Nick Kayal.
Yes.
So we're following that one.
Yeah, we can't get crime under control on the campus, but we can merge and join forces and get pennies on the dollar for an art school.
Amen.
Yeah.
Today is National Donut Day.
Yeah.
Chris
All
Christie
right.
celebrating somewhere, right?
Sloppy
let's
Chris
go.
Christie.
There it is. Donut Day. Great.
Should we do our top our Mount Rushmore of donuts? I think they're probably doing that down the hall on the sports station when there's nothing to talk about in early June because they can't grind up football conversation.
Yeah. Mount Rushmore of donuts. I don't know what are that, top 5?
Yeah, top 4. Yeah, top 4. We could do a top 5. We could do a top 10. I love a good. I'll tell you what.
There's 10 different types of donuts.
Oh, there's all kinds of donuts.
Oh
I'm a sucker for a donut. I love a good donut. Donuts and pizza. Those are my little cheat meals.
Down the Jersey Shore, the donuts they make.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like fresh, and you watch them make it.
Yep.
They put the chocolate icing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
I love the croissant donut where it's basically just a croissant drenched in glaze icing. It's like a glazed donut meets a croissant. And then you have at the local, and Sean, I'm not sure if you had Giant's grocery store chain when you were in New York. I know they don't have them in Tennessee, but Giant has they call it a crow dough, and it looks like a massive muffin, but it's made out of croissant dough, but it's not shaped like a croissant. It looks more like a donut, and Giant has them. I get 2 of them, and I feel like I might wake up the next morning diabetic. They are just so stinking good.
I've never seen that. We had a Stop and Shop on Long Island, which is owned by the same company, but I don't ever remember seeing that.
Okay.
But you never know. I don't know. I don't usually eat donuts. I like them, right? The strawberry frosted from Dunkin' is pretty good. The chocolate frosted is pretty good as well. I find this crazy. This is how human beings are so innovative. So Munchkins, I didn't realize this until a couple of years ago. The little, those are the donut holes.
Yep.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Nothing goes to waste. It's awesome.
We'll have to
efficiency.
We'll have
It
to
is.
get I wonder what President Trump would think about Donut Day. I don't know.
Well, we love donuts. I have to say we love donuts. We don't love them as much as the guy who prosecuted me, Alvin Bragg. He likes donuts a lot. You can tell, okay?
Krispy
and
Kreme.
You could also tell Whoopi Goldberg also loves the donuts, as does Chris Christie. We know it. And he was going through an entire case when he shut down the bridge. It was all Bridgegate. I'm surprised when he crossed it, the bridge didn't come down because that's what happened in London. London Bridge came down because of Chris Christie. Everybody knows that. But we love donuts. Donuts are tremendous. True.
And we love Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Take advantage. AMC, Anderson Mechanical Corporation Spring Tune-Up Special. If you're listening right now, you receive a full 15% off your spring maintenance and 1 year of free maintenance with a replacement system. Just call them today, amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com, sponsoring our news, our weather you're going to love. 85 degrees, bright sunny skies today. Much of the same for your tomorrow. For Saturday, Sunday, 82 degrees with a chance that we might see some showers, even some lightning strikes moving through Sunday afternoon. Kayal and Company, News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. So Trump is on a West Coast fundraising campaign swing right now. He's kind of like the Philadelphia Phillies, going out to the Bay, then he's going to be in Arizona, then he's going to be in Vegas. Trump will be in Vegas on Sunday, if I read correctly. But he raised $12 million last night at a fundraiser with David Sachs, Bay Area, Silicon Valley venture capitalist billionaire. And I gave you a big take about a week and a half ago where I said follow the money. And this was after multiple stories of venture capitalists and Silicon Valley millionaires and billionaires all saying that they were going to leave Joe Biden and vote for Donald Trump. And last night, David Sachs posted a great Twitter thread as to why he is backing President Trump. And I just want to read some of this. It's a little bit long. I'll try to keep it short. But he says the following. And I think when smart people come to the realization that it's time to pivot and go from A to B, I think the rest of us should be paying attention to this. He says, why I'm backing President Trump. As many press accounts have reported, I'm hosting a fundraising event this evening for President Donald Trump at my home in San Francisco. Over the last couple of years, I have hosted events for presidential candidates Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, and RFK Jr., as well as several congressional figures in both major parties. I give to many, but endorse few. But today I am giving my endorsement for our 45th president, Donald J. Trump, to be our 47th president. My reasons rest on four main issues that I think are vital to American prosperity, security, and stability, and issues where the Biden administration has veered badly off course and where I believe President Trump can lead us back. And those are the economy. He says President Biden took over an economy that was already recovering strongly from the COVID-induced shock of Q2 2020. Demand had roared back and employment had recovered, but he chose to keep priming the pump with unnecessary COVID stimulus. Almost $2 trillion of it passed on a straight party line vote in March of 2021. He goes on a little bit further about the economy, but that's number one. Number two, foreign policy and the Ukraine war. President Trump left office with ISIS defeated, the Abraham Accords signed, and no new wars raging on the global stage. 3.5 years later, the world is on fire. President Biden has made several strategic choices that have contributed to this situation. He goes on further to talk about bullet point number two. Then he gets to number three, the border. He says, as an immigrant to the United States myself, which I did not know that he was, I certainly believe in America's history of strengthening its ranks by welcoming talented people from other nations seeking freedom and opportunity. But that promise requires an orderly process of legal immigration that emphasizes skill and principle of American citizenship. This was the preferred policy under President Trump. He goes on a little bit further about the border. And then number four, he talks about lawfare, a bedrock of the political stability we've enjoyed in America for over the last 250 years, is that we don't accept attempts to jail political opponents in order to win an election. He goes on further about that one as well. And then he wraps up and he says, conclusion, the A-B test. The voters have experienced 4 years of Trump and 4 years of Biden. In tech, we call this an A/B test with respect to economic policy, foreign policy, border policy, and legal fairness. Trump performed better. He is the president who deserves a second term. Dawn, I want to get your thoughts on this one right off the top here. I always pay attention when smart people speak, especially billionaires. And oh, by the way, this is a guy who's had a history of voting D, as many out on the West Coast in Silicon Valley and the Bay Area tend to do. If these people are seeing it and they're willing to say, you know what, Trump is actually the better option. And oh, by the way, let's be real here, Dawn. David Sachs, his life is going to be great regardless of whether Biden or Trump is president. But you and I and Sean Farish and Henry and Anthony and 99.5% of our audience probably are impacted on a daily basis by the Biden administration. So if the smart people that are not affected by it can see it, then I think the rest of us common folk should be able to see that as well.
Yeah, I think that the rich people maybe are starting to catch on.
Mm-hmm.
I think that because you call them, you say us, we common folk, we've been feeling it.
Yep.
We feel the impact of Bidenomics, whether that means Bidenomics, the economy, whether it's the border crisis, whatever is going on. And so they feel it, though, in San Francisco as well. Think about San Francisco. I mean, one of America's shining, beautiful cities. Everybody always talked about San Francisco. It's such a beautiful place. It's a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
So for Sachs now to come out and say he's all in on Trump, good.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up California. Yeah. And Sean, think about this. A lot of small businesses that are in the food industry are now closing up in California because they can't afford to pay their employees the new $20 an hour minimum wage.
Shocking. I never would have saw that coming. Ever. When you start paying people $20. But you know the story in California, the real story about this in California. So Panera Bread is exempt from this, right? Because they make the bread in the place, so they're technically like not fast food. You heard about that? You know why? Because some of the higher ups at Panera Bread donate to Gavin Newsom, so of course there's a nice little carve out. This is ridiculous. So you mean to tell me that when you mandate now that a fry cook at McDonald's, and I'm not saying it's not a hard job, and I'm not saying, you should be ashamed to work in a fast food place. If you work, you want to make money, make ends meet. I applaud hard work. I think it's great. But $20 an hour, if you're starting to pay people $20 an hour to flip the burger, to stuff the bag, et cetera, and potentially get the order wrong, which happens more now than it ever used to, thanks to DEI, you have the likelihood now that your prices are going to have to go up, right? I mean, how do you cover the cost of the employee now costing $20 an hour? Is that employee generating $20 of business or more than that per hour? And as apparently California and businesses in California don't seem to think that's the case. So you're going to have less employees, longer lines, automated stuff. But again, this is something that we all saw happening and we all saw it coming. If you raise the minimum wage, you're going to raise the cost of the goods because someone's got to come up with, that margin. Someone's got to come up with that money. And it's not going to be the corporation. It's going to be the customer. And now you're seeing it in California.
No question. 855-839-1210. If you would like to join the show, what's on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45 this morning. We'll come back and get into the latest saga, the latest developments with Caitlin Clark as an Indiana congressman is now getting involved. So it is absolutely in the political spectrum now. And also a white WNBA player comes out and says, yeah, we do have white privilege, and she also wants acceptance of pronouns in the WNBA. My God. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Our next Talk Radio 1210 WPHT Politics and Pints. I'll be hosting #1 international best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr. That's right, June 25th. Tuesday night, June 25th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center, Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Tickets are on sale now, and they will sell out. Go to 1210WPHT.com and get your tickets. And I want to see you there. And if not, remember, I got a guy, and he's a Navy SEAL. See you then.
Send the Philly Stars to the Lone Star State for the 2024 All-Star Game.
Electric here at Citizens Bank Park.
Vote for your Phils 5 times daily at phillies.com/vote. Xfinity fireworks shows at Citizens Bank Park are always a blast. Don't miss out on Thursday, June 27th and Friday, June 28th, both at 6:20 when the Phils face the Marlins. Grab tickets now at phillies.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now.
National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season and style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
$7:24. It is Kayal and Company. Happy Friday. Nick Dawn and Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this morning. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. But before we get there, and by the way, we got a lot of really good stuff today. I got this story from the Blaze about a Connecticut police officer that tragically lost his life, and the local municipality decided that they would not raise the thin blue line flag, but they would drop the pride flag at half-mast. Are you kidding me with this story? Just wait till you hear the details of this story coming up. And then also a school district DEI leader says the American flag is a symbol of hate. We're going to get to that story. Got a lot of people to roast this morning. It's going to be great. Shoplifting epidemic continues in America. Wait until you hear what TJ Maxx has to do. And this is actually occurring at a TJ Maxx in Tennessee. Maybe a TJ Maxx that Sean Farish knows the location of. We'll get to that as we continue this morning. And also, if we have time for it, there's been some new details with the Audrey Hale Nashville school shooter, the transgender shooter from about a year and 2 or 3 months ago. I think that story was, my God, that had to be March or April of 2023. We'll get to that this morning if we get to it. But I want to get to the latest with Caitlin Clark, because now this is definitely crossed over into the political spectrum, as Republican Indiana Congressman Jim Banks is calling for the WNBA to take action to protect Caitlin Clark. This is a Outkick.com exclusive where they have obtained a copy of a letter that Banks sent to Kathy Engelbert, who is the commissioner of the WNBA, seeking answers as to what steps the league will take to protect the star Caitlin Clark moving forward, where Banks opens with the letter by praising that there's an increased fan interest in women's basketball that Clark has generated. And before referencing the seemingly unprovoked targeted foul from Shenedy Carter, he also said the foul was visibly cheered on and supported by Carter's teammate Angel Reese, which we have talked about on this show and is absolutely true, while saying that the state is familiar with tough basketball because Indiana is one of the basketball meccas in this country. Banks also described the incident as a cheap shot that could have resulted in an injury and should not be tolerated. But I just want to highlight a couple of the questions that Indiana Republican Jim Banks wants answers to that he has sent to the commissioner of the WNBA. The first question is, what steps is the WNBA taking to curb excessive physical targeting of specific players? And obviously that is about Caitlin Clark. The second question, will individual organizations be held responsible for allowing players with histories of violence to physically target their competitors? The reason he brings that up is because this Shenedy Parker, as we mentioned earlier this week, has a history of poor decision-making, temper tantrums. She's been apparently bounced from team to team, and she's only been in the league for a couple of years. What she reminds me of is Dennis Rodman from the 90s, who was a total maniac and a nut job and couldn't control his temper. The third question, do you believe that WNBA players repeatedly diminishing the talents of their fellow players is beneficial to the league's overall success? And then fourth and finally, do you believe that it is inspiring to young female athletes to see players like Indiana's Caitlin Clark physically targeted for her success? Dawn, let me start with you here because I feel like this is one of these things that it's cut and dry. It's open and closed. It's obvious. She has been targeted because there's a lot of hysteria, a lot of coverage of her. People are in their feelings. They're bent out of shape. And oh, by the way, she is a outlier in multiple categories, or as they say, multiple boxes these days. And this shouldn't be a controversial conversation. It's no different, honestly, than what Harrison Butker had to endure for merely voicing his opinion, which is his right, freedom of speech, on top of saying nothing that was remotely controversial or offensive. But we live in a world yet again where certain segments of the population are more triggered over words than actions. Yet here with Caitlin Clark, it's all about actions. We're watching somebody physically get destroyed, who, oh, by the way, she's kind of a petite lady. She's not as big as Angel Reese. She's a relatively small kid. I say that, and she's an adult, but, she's a youngster. And now we've gotten to the point where Republicans in Congress are taking action. And I never thought that would happen, but I'm glad that this guy is actually speaking up about it in his home state.
Yeah, look, she's in a tough sport. I still go with the fact that it's not just about jealousy or about being a rookie. I think there's something more going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, we've talked about it, that it's not just that she's the newcomer or that she's a white girl. It's that she's a straight girl. And that's, to me, that was the big reveal when I learned that. And that's what the insiders are talking about.
And Sean, we've, been football fans for a long time, and God knows one of the things that we have in common is you're a Jets fan. I'm an Eagles guy. We've both been through many, 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 many lean years, and I think we have one Super Bowl combined. Actually, two. You had Joe Namath in Super Bowl III, and we had one about 6 years ago. But, in football and also other men's sports, there's a thing called hazing. Right? Like even in high school or junior high school, like the seniors, they grab the freshmen and they dunk their heads in the toilet. It's a rite of passage. And then, of course, there's stuff that goes too far. This isn't even like a team hazing thing where Caitlin Clark is earning her stripes. This is basically flat out assault on a basketball court.
Yeah, they're coming after her. I mean, I watch baseball too. Sometimes you get the rookies, towards the end of the year, the September call-ups, they're carrying the Hello Kitty backpack back and forth between the bullpen, et cetera. That's hazing. That's all fun stuff. This is not hazing. And, the fact that Jim Banks now, and these questions that he's asking are relevant. It's not even necessarily about Caitlin Clark, too. I mean, it is because that's who everybody's upset about. But the final two questions that he was asking, do you believe NBA players repeatedly diminishing the talents of their fellow players is beneficial to the league's overall success? the answer to that question, you cannot have a work environment, a sports league where, look, I'm not saying that everyone has to root for Caitlin Clark to drop a monumental amount of points every game, because eventually that's going to hurt your team unless you're on her team. But you can be happy with the fact that she's bringing eyeballs to your league that was otherwise starved of eyeballs, starved of ratings, starved of revenue. The rising tide will lift all boats here. We hear about the gender pay gap. Well, now you have somebody who's actually generating interest in the WNBA, which has never had interest in it before. I mean, the last time we talked about the WNBA, Brittany Griner was in a Russian prison and everyone was laughing at her, right?
Yeah.
And the second question that Banks asked, or the final question that Banks asked that I thought was great, is that, do you believe it's inspiring to young female athletes to see players like Caitlin Clark physically targeted? You are right now setting the precedent that what's happening to Caitlin Clark is okay. It's a part of your league. People are so, well, welcome to the league, kid, right? You're going to turn people away. I wouldn't want to play in a league like that. I know if I break in, I'm a highly talented player. I can score a lot of points, and I'm going to wind up getting assaulted on the court. It's one thing to get banged around in the paint a little bit. That's basketball. It's another thing to get hip checked out of nowhere. I mean, this is it's crazy. And I think you're watching, if you're a future female basketball player, you're thinking maybe you're going to be in the WNBA like Caitlin Clark one day. You look at Caitlin Clark as a role model, and then you say, I'm going to be the next Caitlin Clark. And you think about jumping into the WNBA, and you're going to start getting the snot kicked out of you because you're good. That's going to turn people away. It's going to hurt the league long term. And the league wants to exist. Right now, it hasn't been able to do it. It hasn't been self-sufficient. Clark comes along. It's all of a sudden people are going to games, watching, buying jerseys, talking about it, and they don't like it. It's ridiculous. And Dawn might be onto something. It might have to do with the fact that she's a white, straight woman.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Here's the thing. Maybe it doesn't. But if this was an African-American female who was being banged around and targeted on the court, we would hear everything. It would only be about the skin color and the orientation of the player. So why not play the game? Why not ask, is that what's going on here? Are you afraid to answer those questions? Well, I think the WNBA is afraid to answer those questions.
Yeah. Let me bring this full circle back to politics. And I want to bring up two individuals in a moment, but I want to play off of that last question that Jim Banks, Republican from Indiana, sent to the WNBA commissioner. Do you believe that it is inspiring to young female athletes to see players like Indiana's Caitlin Clark physically targeted for her success? The answer is obviously no. It'll be a deterrent to future straight white females that are great at basketball, because they might say, no, I don't want to take the abuse. Let me go to something that happened here locally in Philadelphia and now has blown up nationally. We have Wesley Hunt, Republican from Texas, and Byron Donalds, Republican from Florida. And they did a cigars and cognac event for black young Republicans in Pennsylvania, specifically in Philadelphia. This whole thing has now been blown out of proportion based on some comments that Byron Donalds made that were taken out of context by the Biden-Harris administration. And basically, I'm summarizing and paraphrasing that Byron Donalds is accused of by the left because they clipped it and they took his quote and didn't give the full context that black Americans had it better during the Jim Crow era than they do now. And Byron Donalds, if I recall correctly, was on CNN with Abby Phillip, and they got into this debate. So let's play with this whole Caitlin Clark being an outlier in a sport. So think about this in the future here in America. You might have young black men that are growing up in a conservative family that vote Republican, and maybe they are afraid to say as a black man that they are conservative and vote R or support Trump. And they see the way Byron Donalds is being treated. They see the way Wesley Hunt is being treated. They see perhaps the way Ben Carson has been treated, the neurosurgeon who's on the short list of Trump's VP list, which, by the way, has 3 black men on that list out of 8. And you say, okay, I don't want to go through this public humility of being labeled X, Y, or Z from the left, because the left tells me if I'm a black man, I have to vote D. We played you the clip of Carville going nuts about how he can't understand how the black man's not coming home to the Democrat Party this time around, and more black voters than ever are going to vote for Trump. And Carville's losing his mind in that clip that we played for you. I think that's kind of an apples to apples comparison here, and I'm curious to see if you guys agree with that. And Sean, I know you're a fan of Byron Donalds. Like guys like Byron Donalds and Wesley Hunt, when they got into politics, and probably still to this day, are taking a lot of flack. I can't imagine what their mentions are like on social media from those on the left that say, how can you be a Republican?
It's crazy. And I know, I've spoken to several black Republicans about this, and this happens to a lot of them, and Jewish Republicans too. A friend of mine, he's in Florida now, but when we were on Long Island together, he used to get, the stuff in his comments was, you wouldn't believe it. You would see it now at these pro-Palestine protests, the type of stuff that people would call him. Same with African-American or black Republicans, right? Same with any minority group that's a Republican at that point, really seriously. I mean, you don't even have to be a minority. You're going to get hate in your DMs, but on the topic of inspiring people, to follow in your footsteps, you are essentially, by targeting guys like Byron Donalds, Wesley Hunt, Ben Carson, Tim Scott, people like this, African-American, black Republicans in the Republican Party, prominent names in Congress, in the Senate, wherever they may be. You are essentially showing the future generations of young black Republican leaders that they're going to get targeted too, almost intimidating them to not do this, to not follow, their dreams or become politicians, serve the country in that way. And I think that's what the Democrats want. They want the Republicans to be a party that is comprised of only white people, because then they can go ahead and say, look, they're all white people, because, behind the scenes, they discouraged all minority groups from participating in Republican Party politics. This is happening throughout the country. Any minority group that you can think of is essentially right now in the crosshairs of the Democrat Party, basically being intimidated. Well, if you step out into the limelight, if you stick your neck out, we're going to come for you. We're going to chop your head off. And that's what you've seen with Donalds, with Wesley Hunt, with Ben Carson, with Tim Scott, or with any minority. It doesn't have to be a black Republican at all. You see that any minority that comes out in favor of Republican talking points, Republican policies, MAGA, populism, federalism, capitalism, etc., they're called all sorts of terrible things. Uncle Toms, race traitors.
Yep.
I mean, that's the racism right there. It's in the Democrat Party. It's on the left. It's not on the right. We're the big tent. These people want to make us look like the little tent, and they are trying to discourage future generations from participating. It's straight up fascism. I know they don't like that word. That's what they're doing.
And the Democrats are super scared right now because they see the polls, they see the numbers.
Yep.
Trump is doing better than ever with black voters. He's doing great with Latino voters. And the mainstream media shows are trotting people out. The View brings on Charlemagne the God. 50 Cent was just on Capitol Hill a few days ago. And they're like, well, how can we need you to get the message out that people have to vote for Biden and vote against Trump. They are basically publicly pandering to black celebrities to basically use their platform to encourage people that democracy is truly at risk. Donald Trump's going to prosecute and persecute his political rivals. And they're like, well, Charlemagne the God's got a big audience. A lot of people watch or listen to his show on a daily basis. And like Joy Behar was basically pleading with the guy on television. Like, how embarrassing is that? Like, I'm never going to sit here and publicly plead for somebody on the right with their platform to get out there and do X, Y, or Z. That just goes to show you the level of desperation and the fear that I think has set in because their guy, the big guy, is indefensible after 4 years.
Yeah, they're terrified of the minorities fleeing the Democrat Party. And there's nothing to defend. Like, what? Okay, so you're going to beg Charlemagne the God to promote Joe Biden. This is the same Charlemagne the God that Joe Biden said on his show, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Yep.
I mean, there's only so much I think that people can take. And just think, whatever minority group or whatever group you belong to, the Democrats think you're dumb. That's just the point, all right? They think you're stupid. They think you don't realize that cities where they're highlighting systemic racism, like Milwaukee and Atlanta and Philly and New York City and Seattle and Portland and Detroit and Chicago, they think you don't realize that they've been run by Democrats for the last couple decades, if not centuries at this point, like Nashville, who's had a Democrat mayor since the Civil War. New York City has had more Republican mayors than Nashville, Tennessee since 1865. It's absolutely wild to even think about that.
That's a great
what's
stat.
going on.
I did not know
Isn't it
that.
crazy?
Can you repeat that again, Sean?
Yeah, of course. The New York City has had more Republican mayors since 1865, the end of the Civil War, than the city of Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee has had a Democrat mayor since the end of the American Civil War. You've seen it in other metropolitan cities across the country: Minneapolis, St. Paul, Portland, Washington, Atlanta. These cities are run by Democrats from the top to the bottom. So if you want to lecture me about systemic racism, my only question to anybody who's talking about how systemically racist these cities are is, who runs the system? Who's pushing the buttons? Who's giving the orders? Who's on your city council? They're dominated by Democrats, and Americans, whether you're a minority or what, are not stupid. Eventually, they're going to realize that. The Democrat Party wants to gaslight. Well, Republicans hate you. Well, Democrats have run this city or whatever city it might be, for decades, and things haven't gotten better. So maybe it's time to go with a Republican. Donald Trump used to campaign saying, what do you have to lose? But when you have the left pandering to the black vote, the Spanish vote, the Asian vote, the Jewish vote, eventually it becomes lip service. It becomes empty words. People are like, well, we've heard this before. Nothing has changed. So, I mean, when 50 Cent says that, black people are going to Trump because they all got RICO charges, or Charlemagne says that Joe Biden's, unacceptable, or, you see these people coming out and saying, like Snoop Dogg, or he used to hate Donald Trump. Now he's saying, well, I kind of like him, because everyone's just tired of this Democrat nonsense. They're tired of the failing infrastructures, failing cities, violence, the crime, the lawlessness, the high taxes. People just want to be left alone. And that's what the Republican Party is doing.
And truthfully, if you're a longtime Democrat, the party has left you.
Yeah.
It's not
the same, right?
Right?
Yep.
I mean, it's morphed into something so far left and so progressive that I think that's why you're seeing this. That so many people, not just the crime and everything, but they're saying, what happened to the Democrat Party?
Yep.
We've seen that.
John Fetterman said that.
Yeah.
John Fetterman literally said, I thought I was a progressive, but it left me. I mean, if you've gone left of John Fetterman, we have a problem.
Yeah. Now look at the Philadelphia, the progressive, the far Hellingem, the far left progressive who was endorsed by AOC and all of that. She lost. To the Philadelphia's credit, Sherelle Parker is certainly more in line with a Bob Brady, the Ed Rendells, the old school, the old guard.
Thank God.
Democrat.
I can't imagine what it would be like if Helen Kim won.
Keep hope alive.
I'd have to relocate to Florida and beg Greg to do the show remotely from the western side of Florida where Bruno is. All right, this segment brought to you by Philadelphia 100, calling all entrepreneurs. Distinguish your company as one of the fastest growing in the region by applying for the 2024 Philadelphia 100 Award. Take the first step in joining this elite group of businesses. Apply today. Philly100.org. Quick break, and we're back after this with a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My dad loves Philly sports, and I need a Father's Day gift.
Tickets to see Joe Conklin are the perfect Father's Day gift.
Oh my goodness, it was absolutely wonderful. All the voices and the singing.
And just seeing my dad, seeing the look on my dad's face.
Just the mix of the comedy and the singing. You never knew which way they were going to go with it.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood, Saturday, June 29, and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
No one looked. I walked by. Just an invitation would have been just fine.
7:49. Ken Beatty, retired Coast Guard, final day of the playlist, as he has been handling all of our music this week because he made a very sizable and generous donation to Travis Manion Foundation and Radiothon. So Stalker's going to have, a kind of like a 3-day weekend, and then he's going to come back on Monday. And our buddy, our pal, Linda Kern, is going to commandeer the music next week. And she's going to play nothing but Elvis. And Stalker's going to have to deal with that and accept it. And I'm looking forward to that. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, good to have you guys in here on a Friday, as it's a little after 7:45, 7:50 exactly. That means it is time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
I don't have the sponsor for it, so if you want to read it.
I'm sorry.
Read it way
What's
last
on the
time.
cut sheet brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazing competitive pricing and additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos currently. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Cherry Hill Volvo.
All right. I've got a ton of cuts in front of me. I feel like Stalker here. Where do I want to begin? Usually he'll grab something from the last segment to tie into the beginning of the cut sheet. So I'll try to stay with the flow here. Let's go to Anthony Dorenzo, the latest rendition of the cut sheet that we just sent out. Let's go to clip number 2, Anthony and Phil. This is Chelsea Handler on 50 Cent, and apparently Chelsea Handler said that he had to remind him that he was a black person, so he cannot vote for Donald Trump and a Republican. Clip number 2, go ahead.
You heard about my ex-boyfriend, right? 50 Cent and his support of Donald Trump.
Yeah, what's going on between you? I saw your tweets and I go, wait, what's happening? Because you said he was your favorite ex-boyfriend, and then what does he do? He's supporting Trump?
He says he doesn't want to pay 62% of taxes, which, by the way, isn't a plan of Joe Biden's. That's a lie. So he doesn't want to pay 62% of taxes because he doesn't want to go from being 50 cents to 20 cents. And I had to remind him that he was a black person, so he can't vote for Donald Trump, and that he shouldn't be influencing an entire swath of people who may listen to him because he's worried about his own personal pocketbook. So I haven't heard back from him yet, but I am willing to, seal the deal in more ways than one if he changes his mind and publicly denounces Donald Trump. I might be willing to go for another spin, if you know what I'm talking about.
That is so I don't even know what the right word to use for that is. She's sitting.
She's a hua.
What are we talking about here?
I'll say it.
How dare you say that you're gonna vote? By the way, you could just simply vote Republican for the rest of your life and say, you know what? I want lower taxes. If that gets under your skin, go pound sand. I don't think if I'm 50 Cent and she's texting me, I'd probably leave her on red receipt. I'd probably ghost Chelsea, not responding after that.
Yeah, I look at that and I say I would probably either send some GIFs back, of just some obnoxious stuff to drive them crazy, or just leave her on red. The fact that she said you're black so you can't do something,
that's unbelievable.
I don't know. I feel like we evolved from that. I feel like we kind of, I talked about maybe the Civil War a little bit last segment, right? I feel like we kind of got beyond the you're black so you can't do these things time in our country. I don't know, unless of course Democrats want to bring it back. Hey, you're black, you can't vote for Trump. You're black, you can't sit in the front of the bus. You're black, you can't drink from that water fountain. Like, are we going back to that? I need to ask, Chelsea, are we going back to that? Is that where you really want to go? You're black, so you can't do X, because that's what it sounds like, which is disgusting. It really is. It's awful.
So true. And isn't that the definition of racism or oppression?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're just saying, you just shut up, stop complaining, and you're going to vote D, you're going to vote Dem no matter what. And that's it.
Yep.
And so Democrats not only are not serving this community and any of our communities, quite frankly, but then just saying, no, we're allowed to take you for granted.
Mm-hmm.
You just shut up and sit over in the corner.
Yep.
You're going to do what I want you to do because I'm telling you to do it. And the reason why you have to listen is because you're black. That is that's what Chelsea's saying. You can't, that's like, yes, 100%. This is what we were supposed to have moved away from. I remember Joe Biden. Oh, the new Georgia law. That's not Jim Crow. It's Jim Eagle. I mean, my goodness.
Jim Eagle.
You, that's what he said.
Yeah.
Your party is literally, they are the remaining embers of the Third Reich. They hate Jews. And now they want you to sit there and believe that, well, if you're black, you have to listen to some superior. I mean, yes, Dawn, you're 100% right. That is oppression. That's exactly what that is. Segregation. It's back.
Yep.
It's back. And the Democrats have brought it back.
So true.
Yep. More pandering and more panic. Let's get to clip number 1, boys. This is Biden campaign co-chair Jim Clyburn of South Carolina saying that nobody will end up paying for Biden's unilateral student loan debt bailout, which is a categorical lie. Here's Jim Clyburn trying to soften the waters for the Biden campaign. Take a listen to clip number 1.
What has happened in the last 4 years on student debt, for instance? Joe Biden has eliminated, just in public service student loan debt alone, over $60 billion for people saddled with student loan debt.
And who's paying for that, Congressman? It's all well and good, but who's paying for it?
What do you mean who's paying for it?
Who's
We're
paying
talking
for
about
that?
people
Who's paying for that debt relief? Who's doing it?
Nobody is paying for that relief.
Nobody's paying for it, okay?
Nobody's paying for it.
So they're just randomly, miraculously going to make $60 billion in debt just disappear? No, the people that are going to pay for it are the ones who either paid their student loans off, are paying for their student loans currently, or were smart enough maybe not to go to college and go to a trade school and say, you know what, I don't want to walk out of school after 4 years owing $82,000. People are going. What do you always say? Somebody's always going to get their vig. They're always getting their cut.
Yep.
You just don't. You just don't vanquish $60 billion.
It's Joe the plumber. It's Obama. Redistribution of the wealth.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
I can't believe he would ask like he would on television. I think that was with Neil Cavuto.
Yeah.
Is that who that was?
Yep.
Nobody's paying for it. Okay, so then where's the money coming from? Because it has to come from somewhere.
Maybe
right?
the cartels, Sean.
Yeah, maybe it is the cartel. Like this is, and I think I said it on the show before. I've had conversations with people about universal basic income, and it's like, well, why doesn't that help us? Well, once everybody who you're paying your bills to knows that you're getting an extra $12,000 a year just to exist, they're going to take a piece, right? Then if you're going into taxpayer, I want free healthcare. Well, if it's free, who's paying for it? The government. Great. Where does the government get its money from? The people. Okay, so then we're paying for it. This is Democrat economics on full display. Thank you, Jim Clyburn. No, nobody's going to pay for this debt. So then how are we paying off the debt then if nobody's paying for it?
It's unbelievable.
How stupid do you have to be?
Yeah.
The answer is very stupid.
It's unbelievable. I mean, there's some people out there that owe like $7 left that they had no idea that they owed for like a medical bill. And I had this happen to me 2 years ago. Swear to God. This was right towards the end of me living in Nashville. This had to be, so I moved up here in August of 2022. This was right before the 4th of July. I got a call from a collections agency. In 2021, or maybe it was the end of 2020, I had my annual golf trip with my boys that came down from Pennsylvania, and we played up in Hermitage, Tennessee. Sean, you probably know where that is, up Route 40.
Yeah.
And I ended up spraining my ankle on day 2 of a 4-day golf binge that we were on. And I had to go to
How do you sprain? Wait, I'm sorry. How do you sprain your ankle playing golf?
I was going through like a little bit of a hill looking for my ball in the weeds, and there was like a big little chunk of ground missing, and I just kind of tweaked my ankle, not paying attention. So I had to be put in like an ankle boot, and I had to get a shot in my thigh so I could kill the pain for the next 2 days. So because my boys spent money to fly down, I wasn't going to just bail.
Yeah.
I sucked it up, and I go to like this, like one of these urgent care places, and then I paid a majority of it off, but apparently I owed like $7.92, and I got a collection call for like a year later. Like, this is a collections call for $7. I'm like, here, hey, how about this? I'll just give you 10. I'll give you a 10 spot. Just leave me alone.
Change.
Yeah, keep the change, you filthy animals. So there you go. Trust me, when people are owed money, they're getting every penny of it, right? All right?
Right.
So that's that. All right, let's get to the debates. We are 20 days away, June 27th. Trump, Biden on CNN. Let's go to clip number 6, boys. This is James Carville. Speaking of Carville, we talked about him earlier. He can't believe that nothing is sticking. Everything they're throwing at the walls like spaghetti. Trump is Teflon Don. And Carville says he does not think that Trump will debate Biden. Listen and watch this.
But I don't think Trump will go to the debate. And I base that on him do anything that's not in his perceived self-interest. And this is one of these things where he could hurt. Biden has a chance to help himself.
I completely disagree with everything there. First of all, I don't think Joe can do anything to help himself at this point. His polling numbers have been flat, stagnant. Nothing they do boosts him. And we saw him yesterday. Do you really think he's going to be able to put on a viable, respectable performance? But also, Trump's not worried about what the setting is, who the moderator is. He knows it's all worked and staged against him. And after a conviction, he's got to be salivating at the bit to get in there and go after the guy who's been probably orchestrating all of this behind the scenes. So I know a lot of people are stalkers of the belief that he's not sure that these debates will go off. I think they are going to go off. I think Biden got what he wants with all the rules and the procedures, and I think Trump would debate anybody in any setting for the most part, short of the Republican primary challengers, which we saw there was no need to because nobody was coming close in the polls.
Yeah, I think if the debate doesn't go off, it's because of Biden. It's the Carville, Raging Cajun. I don't know if maybe he's been hanging out with Hunter Biden and he got access to whatever Hunter smokes, because that take was way out of left field, out of control. So Donald Trump is going to duck a debate with a guy who probably couldn't out-debate a mailbox. Are we kidding? Joe Biden could lose a debate to a stuffed animal. This is
to the Easter Bunny.
He would probably go. Yeah, the Oyster Bunny, as Joe Biden called it this year. Yeah, say hello to the Oyster Bunny. I said, I've never heard of that before. I don't know. The Easter Bunny, yes. I never heard of oyster eggs. But anyway, you've had you have this idea that the debates are going to be ducked by Trump, when, you know, and Joe Biden has an opportunity to help himself. Joe Biden doesn't know how to help himself. You saw what happened in Normandy. We've heard about the Pope. We've seen him, you know, listen, there are several situations. He thinks that Egypt and Mexico are the same place, that they both border Israel. It's ridiculous. Guy can't help himself. He doesn't even know where he is half the time. I don't think Trump ducks the debate at all. If anybody is to cause this debate to fall through, it's going to be the left, because the guy they're putting on stage, you know, he's not capable of even standing. That's why he wants to debate at a table. It's ridiculous. What a stupid take from Carville.
Mm-hmm. I agree. All right, let's stay on the topic of debates, and let's go to the presumptive GOP nominee, Donald J. Trump. Anthony and Phil, this is from Henry's original email. It's the first clip. If you could get that loaded. I'm not sure if we have video with this one or not, but this is Donald Trump talking about accepting the debates and how the perception was that maybe he would duck it because it's on CNN. Here's DJT. Oh, no. Do we not have it?
Ruh-roh.
Oh, here we go.
Just tell me what he's supposed to say. I'll say it.
In a few moments, I will be taking questions. You know, he's going to be taking questions. So, I don't know. I'm not like Joe. Tell me who's going to have. You ever see that? He's got a press conference. It lasts for about 2 minutes. And he goes like this. He's reading a card. NBC. Jim. And then they ask him a question, and he picks up the same paper and he reads the answer. They never did that with me. No, we're going to have people asking questions. Whatever they ask is okay. Is anybody going to be watching the debate with this guy? You know, they offered me this debate, and they thought I wouldn't take it because it's on CNN. It's fake tapper. Does anyone know fake tapper? They wanted it to be sitting down, seated, and zero audience. And they wanted it to be short, also very short. And I said, I'll take it. Because you know what? They thought I wouldn't take it. Being on CNN, and Dana Bash is very tough to Trump. Dana Bash, another beauty. So I have Dana Bash and fake tapper. And they thought, here's what we'll do. We'll offer him the worst thing that could be offered. These two anchors, Dana Bash, fake tapper, CNN, no audience, nobody. Your children, your wife, nobody can be there. Oh, that's going to be interesting for him. Nobody can be there. And they want you sitting down. So I said, I'll take it. They thought what was going to happen is that I'd say, I won't do it, and then they'll say, Trump doesn't want a debate. I'll have a debate. We should have many debates, frankly. We have to find out why they like open borders where people pour in from, right, Paul? Why do they, who could like an open border?
You know, it is amazing. So they don't want any audience. They want them seated. How about we just get rid of the cameras? How about we not televise it and we just do this debate in a library, and we'll just let the Washington Post, CNN, the New York Times give us a recap afterwards so they can paint this rosy picture that everything was perfect for Joe and he was full of vigor and he had lots of energy and he knew what he was talking about on the issues that matter to Americans. Again, I think this is one of these things where I personally can't wait for this. But I understand why some people don't want to watch it. They've made up their mind. I understand it's June 27th. You're probably on vacation or you're getting ready for the 4th of July. But I'm telling you right now, I'm going to have my popcorn ready. I'm going to have a cocktail poured, and I am going to watch every single second. A, because it's my job, but B, because I just love to see these types of adversarial settings.
Yeah, I want to watch it. I want to see just how fired up Donald Trump is to finally confront his actual accuser, right? You know, we don't know what he was convicted of, but Joe Biden, we know it's been his Department of Justice that has brought 4 cases against Donald Trump, 2 of them at the federal level, and then they coordinated with Fani Willis and Alvin Bragg to bring the other 2 cases at the state level. Matthew Colangelo, et cetera, Kamala Harris meeting with Fani Willis, et cetera. Down in Georgia to kind of coordinate this. I want to watch it. And I also want to see, when Joe Biden starts to slip up, how Donald Trump reacts. I think it's going to be great. Sitting down. I mean, it is going to be one of the more unique settings I think we've ever seen too. So, and just Donald Trump on a debate stage is funny. It's entertaining. I don't know. I'm a political junkie. Maybe other people don't see it's entertaining. I think it's entertaining. So I can't wait for it.
Yeah. I just hope this time around, remember Chris Christie was one of the advisors. Remember the prep coaches before that one horrible debate in which they were basically calling each other clowns. And I hope that Trump, first of all, I don't think he'll ever use Chris Christie again. That was horrible advice. But also just to sit back and let Biden answer the question. Let him go. Give him that rope. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's going to hang himself.
Right.
Yeah.
So don't interrupt. Don't. Just listen to him and let Biden speak for himself. And I hope that Trump really does that, because if he does, then he does not do Biden the favor of interrupting him, and because then you hear Biden answer these questions and talk about his policy. And I don't think he'll be able to articulate his policy. That, you know what I'm saying?
Yep. I completely agree with you. Cut sheet as we continue here, 8:08 on this Friday morning. All right, Henry and Phil, I'm going to go back to the Anthony cut sheet. This is clip number 8, if you want to get this loaded up. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman talking about the conviction of Donald Trump and how it won't be anything meaningful on the impact of Donald Trump's reelection bid. Clip number 8, here is Fetterman on Trump.
Senators, thanks for being here. I want to talk about your legislation that you're working on together, Protecting Students on Campus Act, but I do want to talk about the breaking news about this conviction of the former president, the reaction to it. Senator Fetterman, first to you. Conservative legal analysts say this case in New York would never have been brought against anyone who was not named Donald Trump, and that this is a political prosecution that will affect the election. How do you see it? What's your reaction?
Well, I mean, that's really not my judgment whether or not they should have brought that. That was their call. But what I do believe is that it's not going to be anything meaningful, have an impact on Donald Trump's running for the president. I think everybody involved in this was already understood what this was about, and all of his supporters already understand that.
Once again, John Fetterman in the road to recovery, making sense. All of a sudden, the common sense and the logic has been restored. I think he realizes maybe he's not as progressive as he thought. But, you heard Brett Baer there say conservative legal analysts. I mean, it's been liberal legal analysts as well. Ellie Honig of CNN, some other people on MSNBC, short of Weisselman, that little weasel who was talking about how he has a poster of Judge Juan Merchan in his bedroom. being facetious there, but it's basically what he was
creepy.
implying. It was so creepy. Yeah, I did. You're going to see some polls where there's a slight bump, maybe things stay flat. But we just mentioned the Emerson poll earlier this morning, where Trump's got a 27% boost of being more likely to be supported following the conviction. So I think at the end of the day, once again, it's all about two words for the Democrats. They just want to label people because that's what Democrats do, and they want to say convicted felon.
Yeah, that's all that it's been about. It was about the name, the label, convicted felon. Now, I have to say, I do think that Mershon is going to sentence Trump to jail, because you don't do what you just did, thumb on the scale, bias jury instructions, if you're not going to go all the way. Plus, Mershon knows that Trump is going to appeal the sentencing immediately. The sentence is most likely going to be stayed through the appeals process. So he could sentence him to 40 years in jail. He knows Donald Trump is probably not going to spend a day in prison, but he can at least say that he tried, right? And then sent it to the appeals court. It's out of his hands. I think Fetterman's right. And I think a lot of people kind of feel the same way as John Fetterman right now, that the conviction, conviction and the different reactions in the polls have been baked in since the indictment started coming out. And all it has done is elevate Donald Trump's profile. Now, again, I'm of the school of thought that running for president is easier if you haven't been, quote unquote, convicted of a felony. But in the case of Donald Trump, a lot of people know it was politically motivated. Nobody knows what the felony actually was. So I think it loses its bite. It absolutely loses its bite. And they've been attacking him for so long, and nothing has happened. Nothing has actually come to fruition. Nothing has been true. There was no Russia. There was no insurrection, et cetera, that I think people are seeing this as just here they go again. They're taking another shot at Donald Trump, and Fetterman realizes that. And I give him credit for realizing that. I think he's spot on with that take. The conviction is really not going to do much.
All right, let's get to apparently, I didn't know this, but I'm seeing this on the sheet now. Boys, we're going to get to clips 19 and 18 as Trump did an interview with Dr. Phil, apparently. This is clip 19, speaking of Trump and guilty verdicts and support. Here's Dr. Phil and DJT on the verdict and his support. Clip 19, go ahead.
Of yours, you've taken every shot you can imagine. You've been criticized, attacked, called every name in the book. They've turned the judicial system against you, the intelligence community. 51 intelligence officers swear that this is a Russian plant, this laptop over here, right before the election. The media has turned against you, print, TV, radio, internet, in the streets. Not campaigning Donald Trump, just real Donald Trump. How do you deal with that stress in your most private moments?
So, two things. Number one, I don't like thinking about it. Out of sight, out of mind. I don't know if that makes sense to you. I don't want to think about it. Number two, I have tremendous support. I have the people's support. I think if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to handle it so easily. When a judge who has conflicts like nobody's ever had wants to put me in jail, when he puts a gag order and say, if you talk about these things, we're going to put you in jail. And I'm the Republican candidate. I was president. I'm leading the Democrat by a lot. He wants to put me in jail. I like not to think about it.
You know, I've said this many times on this show, and Dawn, you can attest to this. I'm like, do you think Trump ever has a moment at the end of the night where he, takes his slippers off and he's sitting on the edge of his bed and he's just like, oh, God, what a day this was. The guy looks like he's just got off of a beach in, Hilton Head, South Carolina, where he was just lounging around, and we know he doesn't drink, but like he was just having a little bucket of a 6-pack of Corona with lime. I mean, out of sight, out of mind. It's an easy thing to say, but we know the mind races, and we know a lot of people do not compartmentalize things well, and it's hard to really, truly shut off and shut out the noise. But I actually believe him here when he says that, because I'm not seeing any stress on the man's face.
Yeah.
He's like aging in reverse. It's really odd.
It's so true. Every other president, you look at those before and after photos, even 1 year in office and especially 4 years. You look at Joe Biden, he looks like a ghost of himself.
Even Bush and Obama.
Yes.
Look at Bush
Yeah.
in 2000 versus 2004. Look at Obama 2008 versus 2012. The gray hair just added up real quick.
Yeah, it's so true. With Trump, I believe that, though, that's why when he gets out with a crowd, I think that energy seriously feeds him. But I also think everywhere he goes, remember, when was it when he was in Miami? Remember this? And they prayed with him. A lot of these different places, I believe in the power I pray for Trump every day and his family, seriously. And I think that everywhere he goes, they don't always televise it because the people will rip on it because they're whatever. But I think the power of, he knows people are praying for him and lifting him up in prayer. And that's so much positive energy that he feels from people, whether it's the crowd, whether it's the people just, and you see them, they'll all like put a hand on his shoulder. You know what I mean? And you think about what he's going through just as a human being. I can't imagine that level of stress.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine it either. I mean, we could stress out about having a flat tire. I'll get upset. My tire's a little flatter. The check engine light came on. This guy's got what, 91 felony counts or something with the indictments, and he's just running around. Yeah, I don't really think about it. I don't really. Well, listen, I think we need to maybe step away from presidential politics. Maybe write a self-help book. How the hell does he deal with it? I'll do the audio book too. He doesn't even have to read it. You know what you have to do? You have to sit down, look in the mirror, and say, "What a beautiful person." We don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry. It's the greatest self-help book the world has ever seen. I think it's incredible what he's doing. Here's the when you say that, right? You're in a cult. I'm like, wait, he's doing a good job, like managing this nonsense and stuff that you're throwing at him. I think it's remarkable.
This guy's he's out in the golf course. He's got 4 indictments and 91 charges. Yet he's got his iPad next to him in the golf cart listening to his playlist. It's a man's world. Not a care in the world. I'm out there in a golf cart with my phone listening to music. I get a text from my wife.
Your ankle.
Yeah, spraining my ankle, and I get a text from my wife. What time will you be home? And I'm triggered. My whole round is over. I'm totally rattled and fazed by that. This guy's got the world coming after him, and he's out there shooting 4 over par. It's unbelievable.
I think it's
no. We don't shoot. No. Fake news. We shoot 40 under par. That's what I can tell you. Okay, 4 over par. I don't know what golf game you're talking about with the sprained ankle. Maybe that's what you're doing. We shoot 40 under. I taught Tiger Woods. I taught Jack Nicklaus. I taught these people. And they know about it. We shoot a lot under par. We don't do over par. We never do that.
They know about it. Dr. Phil, let's continue here. This is clip 18, boys. Dr. Phil, I guess there was an audience for this interview with Trump, and I believe this might be a Q&A with an audience member and Donald Trump. Take a listen, clip 18.
So watching your interview today, I think it actually gave me an interpretation that I've never had of him before, and us not seeing him more, it actually kind of hurts people on judging him. I guess if that's what the media wants to do, then they're doing a very good job at it.
Yeah, you bet.
All right. Is she going to vote for Trump? Because if so, then she's going to be ridiculed. Remember, you're a black female. You can't vote for Donald Trump. That's not allowed.
Right.
You have to vote Democrat no matter what you do. You have to vote D because the orange guy's the bad guy. Never forget that. We have to remind people of that.
Yeah, you have to remember. And this is the crazy thing, Chelsea, right, that she said. I just can't get off the word can't, right? That she said, you're black. You can't do that. I just can't imagine. I can't imagine being in that mindset, right? Like I wouldn't look at another male. You know, males tend to vote heavily for Trump, or a white person go, you're a dude. You can't vote, for Biden. You're a Jewish American. You can't vote for Biden. Well, you can. I mean, you could do whatever it is you want to do. You probably shouldn't. But I would never tell somebody based off of their race or their religion or how they look that they can't do something. I don't know. I think it's reprehensible. And I think if that was a Republican saying that to a black voter, it would be all over the place, right? If Donald Trump looked at, I talked to Snoop Dogg. I said, you can't vote Democrat because you're black. You can't do that. Donald Trump wants to bring back slavery and control how black people act. I mean, that's what they would say. Washington Post, New York Times, as much as your old high school classmate would say that they're, not left-leaning, propaganda outlets. That's exactly what they are.
Mm-hmm.
gross. I think it's just gross, but you're right. You're right about that. You can't do it if you're black or so. That's the way these people think.
I think it's the positive energy, and that's what business people see. My husband will call it, if there's an in-law who's waiting to be triggered, that's what he'll say. There's so many people who I think have no real purpose. They're not motivated individuals. Maybe they don't have a business. And so all they want to do is get triggered and react with emotion rather than just moving forward to be successful, to live that purpose-driven life. I think that's what people see in Trump, that he's this guy who he compartmentalizes all this because he's like on a mission. Hey, let's just get everybody working, make America great again. It's pretty simple.
Yep.
Just move forward, be positive, do.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right. And he didn't have to do this. Remember, as he said, his words directly, I didn't have to do this. I had a great life. I was, perfectly fine off. And, and then he goes into this arena 9 years ago and kaboom. All hell breaks loose for the guy in his life. All right, let's go to a man who will now be serving a 4-month prison sentence. I know a lot of people were commenting about this yesterday on social media. Steve Bannon, who, defied a subpoena, and now he has to go to prison for it for 4 months. I believe he will be out on November 1st. But we know, as a Democrat, you could do that and never face the music. Here's Steve Bannon. This is clip number 2, talking about how the DOJ will not silence him.
Okay, thanks. I've got great lawyers, and we're going to go all the way to Supreme Court if we have to, but I want to say something specifically about the Justice Department. Merrick Garland, Lisa Monaco, the entire Justice Department, they're not going to shut up Trump. They're not going to shut up Navarro. They're not going to shut up Bannon, and they're certainly not going to shut up MAGA. If you look right here, you reporters, in the 2.5 or 3 years we've been here, look at the rise of MAGA, look at the rise of Donald Trump. If the election was held today, according to Harry Enton over at CNN, President Trump would win in a landslide. All of this, besides the major legal issues that have to be addressed, all of this is about one thing. This is about shutting down the MAGA movement, shutting down grassroots conservatives, shutting down President Trump. Not only are we winning, we are going to prevail, and every number and every poll shows that. There's nothing that can shut me up and nothing that will shut me up. There's not a prison built. There's not a prison built or a jail built that will ever shut me up. All victory to MAGA. We're going to win this. We're going to win at the Supreme Court. And more importantly, we're going to win on November 5th in an amazing landslide with the Senate, the House, and also Donald J. Trump back as President of the United States. Thank you very much.
There's some people out there that absolutely love Steve Bannon. There are some that do not. But one thing you can say for sure, that guy is incredibly loyal to Donald Trump. Trump's a big loyalty guy. There's been many people that have, stabbed Trump in the back or used Trump for furthering their own career. There's certainly the never Trumpers out there. But this is, and it's not even so much to me about MAGA or conservatism. This is about the DOJ and the Biden administration and the left just silencing dissenting viewpoints across the board. You will either think like us and speak like us, even though we want diversity, we want cosmetic diversity, but we don't want diversity of thought. And Steve Bannon will now go off for, I believe I saw yesterday, was 4 months, and then will be out on November 1st.
July 1st.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. The Biden-Harris administration on June 5th actually released a statement. It was a press release. It said, Donald Trump confirms plans to jail his opponents. And I'm just looking at that going, what on earth did you just do for the last 6 weeks in New York City? And not just the last 6 weeks, but as I mentioned, the Department of Justice orchestrated bringing 4 cases against Donald Trump. But as we've said for such a long time, it's not just Donald Trump. They're going to come for anybody else. They came for Navarro, Bannon, Douglas Mackey is in prison. He's just served time because he put up a meme that, was not nice to Hillary Clinton. They called that election interference, right? A meme on Twitter, a meme. Right. That's all. Well, you could always vote for Hillary Clinton on Wednesday. He's persuading people to vote on the wrong day. What's the problem? You had no issue with people in 2020 voting on Wednesday, right? With all these ballots coming in weeks after the votes are supposed to have been counted. So it wasn't an issue in 2020. It was an issue in 2016. They're coming for anybody. The fact that they're throwing Bannon in jail for this contempt of Congress nonsense, but other people have been held in contempt. They're not going to jail. What happened to nobody's above the law? What happened to equal justice? And I like the term, Nick, you just brought up, cosmetic diversity. That's what it is. You could look at them and they look like a mixed bag of all the different races, look like a really diverse. But if you listen to them speak, it's all the same. It's the same words, the same phrases, the same talking points, the same views. It's everything is in unison. A lot of people look at that and say, oh, wow, what it must be to be a Democrat. They're always sticking together. But this is a hive mind. This is mob rule, mob mentality. There's no individualities, no independence. There's nothing unique about a Democrat versus who their, comrade is, left or right, of them in the line. Bannon going to prison, Navarro going to prison, or the January 6th community getting thrown in jail. Don't you tell me, Donald Trump is going to jail his opponents. You've been doing that since the day Joe Biden's been in office, since he was sworn in. And the hypocrisy is just alarming. Talk about being tone deaf about this. Oh, Trump might jail the opponents. So stupid. And Americans are seeing through it, I think they're seeing through it. And we'll see. I think Bannon's right here.
I sure hope so. And Dawn, you mentioned yesterday in one of your newscasts that a 75-year-old Pennsylvania man, or was it a woman from January 6th, was just arrested and sentenced. This was just yesterday in one of your broadcasts.
Yeah, this was a former NASCAR driver.
That's who it was, yeah.
Who and his son in Pennsylvania just arrested, as this is a whole new case. So what it tells you is that there is a task force, if you will, within the federal government where they continue to look for, and it's those facial identifiers that they're continuing to go through the video and go through the motions of trying to seek out, to hunt down individuals who were there at J6.
42 months later.
I mean,
think about that. It's almost as if the mission is to go round up every single one.
That's what it is. What about Paulette Harlow? If that name doesn't sound familiar, 75-year-old woman sentenced to 2 years in prison for praying outside of an abortion clinic in Washington. This was in October of 2020. So while Black Lives Matter in the same state, Washington State, in the same state was firebombing courthouses, taking over, blocks of the city with the Chaz Chop Zone, this woman did the horrible thing of praying outside of an abortion clinic, and she, quote unquote, restricted people's access to the building. Okay, what about the Free Palestine people who are shutting down bridges and the entrances to airports and entrances to college buildings? Those people don't go to jail, but a 75-year-old woman with health complications has to go to jail because she prayed. I mean, what are we doing? This is not. I don't like this country that I woke up in. I love America, but I don't like this version of it. This is scary.
Yep, I agree. You can love your country, but truly hate the way the government operates within your country.
Yes.
And I think that's what we are experiencing right now in this day and age, the last 3.5, 4 years. All right, one more, and then we'll wrap up the cut sheet, and then we'll get to a big three on the other side. Boys, I'm going to go back to the Anthony list. This is clip number 12. Let's get to some of the issues for the election. And it's got to be in your top 5, and I think it should be in your top 5, short of the economy, inflation, border, crime, and wars. You've got energy. And with Joe Biden, we do not have energy independence, but we do have big energy bills. This is clip 12. This is a comparison of what your electric bill was like in 2020 compared to where it is now. Clip number 12.
Well, many Americans may be getting hot under the collar when they open their electric bills this summer. The cost of keeping cool is expected to rise nearly 8% to $719 for the bills running June through September, according to the National Energy Assistance Directors Association. And some areas of the country, like the Pacific and the Mid-Atlantic and parts of the Midwest, may see even a higher increase, a higher share of increase. And that's up from $527 in 2019. The numbers have been rising steadily year to year. Utility prices skyrocketed in recent years, making it harder for people to keep up with both their cooling bills in the summer and their heating bills in the winter.
from $527 to $719 in the matter of just about 4.5 years. You know, when you talk about wintertime, heating your home, summertime, cooling your home. I mean, these last couple of days here, and I know, Sean, you're in Tennessee, so we can't really complain. It's always hotter there. The last 2 days here have been very hot, have been very humid. I've had my apartment AC on at 72, and it's felt like an icebox, and I never hear it turning off. And I just know that when that Pico bill comes, I'm going to open it up, and yes, I'm still the guy that gets my bill in the mail and actually opens up the packet and looks at it. I don't do the app and the online stuff. And I'm just going to want to light my hair on fire. I don't have any hair, but if I did, I'd light it on fire.
Well, I'm glad you said it because somebody else was gonna. I mean, listen, it is what it is. This is something we've talked about in New York too. Pennsylvania, big with the fracking. New York also sits on a bunch of shale, and energy costs are something that we've talked a lot about in 2022 and going forward. It was, you get into October, November, you're going to have people having a hard time heating their homes. You get into the summer, you're going to have people having a hard time cooling their homes, and it's going to hurt some folks. And it's unfortunate that you can't afford to. It's not even about staying comfortable, right? I mean, if it's 20 degrees outside, you need to heat your home, or you're going to get something called hypothermia. It's not even about like, the first world white privilege. Oh, you guys have air conditioning. It's not about that. It's about, suitable conditions, livable conditions to exist in. Even if you can't turn the air down to 72, if it's 95 degrees outside and you don't have a means of cooling it down just a little bit in the place that you live, you're going to be in a pretty bad, in a pretty bad situation health-wise. And we shouldn't be in that type of situation in this country with all the resources under our feet.
No question. And Dawn, you've said in the past, your boys and Larry, don't they like it down to like 66?
Oh, I know. They, and I'm not an AC. I'm fine without AC. I like it hot, if you will. So they always are. It's a war, I want to put one of those locks on the thermostat, you know what I mean? So that they can't even turn it. So they're turning it down. I'm turning it up.
Yeah, I could totally see, like, you walk by and you pop it back up to 71, and then you go back down and sit down and watch TV or whatever, and then the boys go by and they pop it back down to 70 when you're not looking.
Yeah.
Because that 1 degree matters.
I'm putting it, I would like it at like 75. That's fine.
Yeah,
75
that's
on
too
an
hot.
84-degree day. But they're like, Larry then puts it down to like 66.
Oh, my
That's
God.
ridiculous.
No, I'm on Team Larry. I'm on Team Larry at that point. Yeah, I am. It's an icebox all the time. And that's the way I operate. Have to be,
You guys are
kind of shivering.
All right, that'll do it for round one of the cut sheet. We'll come back, get to a big three from Dawn on the other side, and then an announcement to make at 9 o'clock this morning. If you've been craving a little sweets, we might have some sweets in the building. It's not going to really help the audience, but it's going to help us out, and I won't have to go buy a donut later today. Kayal and Company, we're back after this. Sean in for Stalker here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Out here, in the middle of all these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. And sometimes, that's how it feels when you're going through tough times. Stress builds up, you have trouble sleeping, maybe your mind is racing and you just don't feel like yourself. So what do? We get help. Lots of people are struggling with their mental health. It's more common than you think. The good news is, there are people in our community who are here for us when times are tough. Sometimes, just talking to someone can make all the difference in the world, so we don't feel so alone. One thing you can do is visit loveyourmindtoday.org for simple steps you can take to find the right solution for you. Whether it's hearing stories about what other people are going through, or finding the resources we need to navigate the stresses in our lives. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I know that with this economy, summer vacation may seem a bit unaffordable this year, but I still want you to make those summer memories with the kids. You gotta do it, right? Summer vacation. And my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, makes it easy and affordable. Book a June midweek stay, and you will receive resort credits. That's right, they're gonna give you money to spend at the resort. Now, they have two gigantic pools, including a heated indoor pool, and you will love the food at Hemingway's restaurant. And you're gonna love using their resort credits on site. For example, you stay a week, you're gonna get $70 a night back in resort credits to use. And you can use them how you wanna use them. And the Grand Hotel offers guest rooms, suites, and townhomes equipped with a kitchenette. So you get the best of both worlds. It's like renting a shore home, but with all the amenities of a full-service resort. And you don't have to pack the sheets and the towels. You enjoy the convenience of a private kitchenette, refrigerator, and housekeeping. Book direct with them for the best rates to get your resort credits. Book your stay at 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. They will sell out this summer. grandhotelcapemay.com.
Introducing the Honickman Center at Jefferson Health. Outpatient care designed by patients like you. Together, we're shaping the future of medicine, where advanced technology and comprehensive services ensure convenience and accessibility for all patients. Everything you need to simplify the complexity of care is available in one location. Uncompromising care delivered by world-class physicians. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This segment of Kayal & Company is sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. Holland Floor Covering is the region's premier flooring dealer, family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their two showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal & Company, 8:38, rolling on here on this Friday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish in this morning. Sean is in for Greg Stocker, who is right now probably listening on the Odyssey app. Hello, Gregory, as he heads to Hofstra University, the alma mater of Sean Farish, to give a speech to radio and TV majors that went to school for broadcasting. And tell them why, radio is a great thing, and, probably start recruiting some producers and news anchors, possible future hosts, and sell them a bunch of goods that you can live like Howard Stern if you work in radio. Don't listen to him. It's a lie. It's all fake news.
Listen, first of all, you don't need to live like Howard Stern. That guy lives in a bubble,
Yes.
right? He's afraid of the common cold. So, maybe we'll live like, I don't know. We'll live like Nick Kale. Nick Kale lives good. He has a 72-degree apartment, sprains his ankle playing golf. But it's not so bad.
It's not bad. Not bad at all. All right, we got a lot of good things to get to, including a TJ Maxx story, courtesy of the ABC affiliate in Nashville, as to what they are resorting to prevent shoplifting as the retail theft epidemic continues to plague America. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. It's time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. So the family, especially the mother of a 20-year-old young man accused of shooting and killing Philadelphia journalist Josh Kruger, well, the mom is now speaking out saying the public deserves transparency on the issue and calling out District Attorney Larry Krasner by name. Wow. This is a Kayal and Company follow-up story because Robert Davis is the now 20-year-old young man. He's charged with killing Kruger at his home in Point Breeze back in the fall of 2023. It was a breaking news story, actually, on Kayal and Company that morning that, I had headlined in a newscast and said there was some kind of a break-in. It sounded like a burglary story. The mom is saying there's much more to the story because this journalist, hailed by many as a journalist, an advocate in the LGBTQ plus community, mom says, why aren't they releasing the evidence on the victim's phone? She is alleging that actually this journalist was somebody who was a groomer, who had abused her son, groomed her son since he was about 15 years old. Mm-hmm. And she is saying, that this is a situation where her son suffered with mental illness. She alleges that the journalist gave her son drugs and got him addicted to drugs. And so she's saying there's much more to this story that's not being addressed and that there's a cover-up. That's what the mother is saying.
Yeah. I mean, look, I've said this many times. There's no reason to ever go after or target or attack somebody just because of their sexual orientation or their gender. I don't think LGBTQ plus members should be treated any differently than anybody else in America. But the way the media, the government protects the LGBTQ plus community that commits crimes is absurd. No, I don't care what this person is about. This person did something illegal and immoral. We don't need to protect those people. They're felons. They're criminals. Equal application of the law, right? Nobody's above the law or below the law.
Yeah, and the family is alleging that if they released what's on the phone, that what they're alleging is that this journalist, who's obviously now deceased, he was killed, but the family's alleging there are many other child victims and that there are lewd pictures of these kids on the phone. And they're saying this is a cover-up, demanding transparency. Why is D.A. Krasner withholding this?
It's disgusting.
It's a huge allegation here, and we've seen law enforcement. We've seen some leaks already talking about this. This is the first time, the family is coming out boldly, speaking about it, and not every station, to Nick's point, is even covering it.
Nope. Media blackout.
Yep. Go ahead, Sean. Oh, I thought
I was just agreeing.
So number 2, I'll just mention to you that Joe Biden has a little package. So he's over in France, obviously, this week.
Just stop right there. Joe Biden has a what?
Joe Biden has it's actually Joe Biden actually has
called it a little package. I heard it. She called it a little package. I never had that problem, but he has
serious.
that
Think
problem.
about
You could tell.
Daddy owes you.
Sid. U.S. President Joe Biden meeting with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky in Paris today and delivering a sweet, nice little package. Maybe you call it a big package, $225 million in weapons. And that's on the sidelines of the D-Day commemoration events.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go over to Normandy, but we got to make a quick detour. I've got to drop off another bag for Zelensky. what an
bag of what?
operation. Bag of cash.
Cash.
I mean,
Cash.
because maybe it's a bag of what Hunter Biden left behind in the White House. Who knows?
Oh, yeah. In surveillance cameras, we couldn't find any conclusive
Dime
evidence.
bag.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
No. There's no fingerprints on a plastic bag. It's
Nothing.
Weird.
Yep, just sweep
Nothing.
it away. Goodbye.
So this $225 million in new weaponry includes artillery rounds, air defense interceptors, among other items, according to sources. Ukraine struggling to defend the Kharkiv region after an offensive launched by Moscow back in May 10th, has overrun some villages. So we're awaiting, the full detail on this, but that's the preview of what is to happen with this meeting, the first face-to-face meeting between Biden and Ukraine's president, I believe, since last December. Atlantic City, New Jersey, since you talked about elections, the question is whether to count more than 1,900 mail-in ballots cast in New Jersey County. That's up to a judge after the envelopes were unsealed inappropriately, prematurely. We're getting different reports. Members of the local election board are deadlocked now on how to proceed. This is yet another case of the problems that mail-in ballots pose.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Superior Court Judge Michael Blee is hearing arguments today in AC, and the decision obviously affecting the outcome of the primary for Democrats in the race for the state's 2nd congressional district, where businessman Joe Salerno holds a 400-vote lead right now over attorney Tim Alexander. Those are unofficial results. Obviously, it's not official because of this issue.
So you said the issue is whether or not to count these, but did you say they were accidentally or inadvertently opened?
There's an issue with the fact that the envelopes were opened or unsealed.
Mm.
They were unsealed prematurely, which is weird. Isn't that weird wording?
Yeah, it raises a few eyebrows for me. And I wonder how the ruling will go based on what was open and what the ballots contain as far as who's voting for who or what party. I'm sure that would never factor into the judge's decision.
Never.
Dun, 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 dun. Republican officials are crying foul. They're saying there are indications this might have been done intentionally to try to speed up ballot counting. Democrats are saying this was just a mistake, that they were unsealed or opened early.
Yeah, they're just mistaken. Yeah, it's just things happen. Screws fall out all the time, right? Right, Bender? It's an imperfect world. It just happens.
Oh, my goodness. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Explore the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Defender, Discovery, and Range Rover models. Just schedule a test drive at Land Rover Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, or Wilmington to find yours today. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, coming up at the top of the hour, we have a kind of interesting big announcement to make. We'll give you those details and let that individual make that announcement himself. Also, after that, I do want to get to what the Tennessee Star released yesterday as the Covenant killer, Audrey Hale, the LGBTQ plus member from Nashville, as you recall, that shot up that Christian school and killed multiple students. I think it was 6, and then there was a couple of faculty members and custodial members. We actually have 3 pages of the journal that has been released, and it's very, very disturbing, but it's very newsworthy, and we've been waiting a long time for some of this to come out. So we will get to that. But before we get to that, I saw this courtesy of the ABC affiliate in Tennessee, Channel 2, WKRN. And this is a story that I think is fascinating because it just goes to show you the absurd world we are living in a lawless society where there are not consequences for people breaking the law. But now TJ Maxx employees, if you've ever been to a TJ Maxx, it's not bad. You get some decent deals on some stuff that might be more expensive at other retailers. Their employees are now wearing police-style body cameras.
Good.
Good, yes, but crazy considering the sign of the times that we are living in now. So they say the following. It's not just police wearing body cameras these days. TJX, the parent company of TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and Home Goods, said that they have begun outfitting employees with police-style body cameras as well. The body cameras have been rolled out at select stores owned by TJX over the last year to help thwart theft. That, according to multiple reports from CNN, CBS News, and Fox Business. TJX reportedly told the outlets the move was made to, quote, de-escalate incidents, deter crime, and to demonstrate to our associates and customers that we take safety in our stores seriously. The company was clear that the cameras are only worn by specially trained loss prevention employees and not every employee in the store, telling Fox Business they don't share the footage unless requested by police or through a subpoena. Working to combat the pervasive issue of lost or stolen merchandise while still making sure customers feel comfortable at their stores, the company finance chief said in a May earnings call that they believe people are less likely to shoplift if they know they're on camera. I would actually dispute that last bit there, because I think anybody that goes into a retailer these days with the intent to steal knows they're going to be on camera, which is why they're wearing the COVID masks, which is why they're putting hooded sweatshirts over their head. But this is the level we have gotten to now, where these retailers are giving, and Dawn, we're still living in a state right now where not every Pennsylvania police officer has body camera footage available, right? I think some officers are not equipped yet.
Well, remember, after the one incident with the LGBTQ plus new czar in Philadelphia, and that Pennsylvania state trooper who's been fired, which is unbelievable, that's when they moved in and said all PA state troopers are now getting them. They're still getting them.
Yeah.
They're still rolling it out.
So now you go into a TJ Maxx, you better be careful, because if you wanted to swipe that Tommy Hilfiger cologne, you could be on candid camera, Sean Farish. And this is happening in Tennessee as well, apparently, at some TJ Maxx locations.
I wouldn't be shocked that it's happening in Tennessee. Not that Tennessee's a bad place, but you have Nashville's coming into being quite a lawless city. Unless you're Morgan Wallen, you throw a chair off a roof, they'll come after you. But that's if you shoplift in Nashville, you're homeless, you're doing drugs in the street corner, they won't come after you. Obviously, it's a rules for thee, not for me type situation as well. But how about here's a novel concept. How about we let the police do their job? And we, maybe we enforce the law, because the best deterrent for crime is consequences. I believe if you're caught shoplifting, you will pay the price. If you can't do the crime, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. The best deterrent to stop crime is the application of the law that is criminalizing that type of activity. Just let the cops do their job and enforce the law. And you won't have to have somebody, whether they're in loss prevention or not, at TJ Maxx wearing a body cam. Let the people who signed up to do that job do that job. I think that would stop a lot of the lawlessness.
It's an amazing time that we're living in. We just played, it would have been great to have you yesterday as well. We just played in our second installment of the Cut Sheet yesterday around 9:30. There was, it was some, I think, independently owned retail operation in Antioch, Tennessee. And
that's a bad area.
Oh, I know. I used to live 10 minutes from there on the other side of Nashville towards Williamson County. And these people were in there shoplifting for almost 30 minutes. And it took about a half hour for the cops to arrive. And we played the footage yesterday. There were shoppers that left the store, went on the outside of the door, and barricaded the door shut so that the burglars couldn't exit the door and get out. And they, from everything we gather from that footage, they kept the door shut and bolted up until the police came and arrested them for retail theft. And there was one guy, he tried to almost run through the door with his forearm, and all of them had hats on or hooded sweatshirts and COVID KN95 masks on while they're looting and stealing. And these brave customers, I mean, like, brave regardless, but would be even more brave if they did that while somebody had a gun. Thankfully, these robbers did not have a gun, because there's no way I'm holding up a glass door while somebody's got a gun on the other end of it. I'm like, you know what, you can just take whatever. This is not my concern. This is the business's concern and the police.
I have a family member who recently went to buy a lawnmower in one of those, large large stores that are the, like, what do you call them, the box stores. And there was a guy who said, "Oh, I'm a new employee here, and I'm just here to help you," and then told the story to my family member of how all the stores are trying to deal with people just walking out with high-end items. And we see it whether it's a watch or a handbag, a lawnmower. People are just, I mean, the crime is rampant. And we all pay for that. So we not only have this Bidenomics and the inflation, but we're paying for all these thieves.
Yep.
So they're either hiring extra people so that you don't handle the item. That's what some of the big box stores are doing now. So we're going to take this up with you. I say, "Oh, I'm sorry. I need to take this up to the register for you. I'll accompany you, and I'll even take it out to your car." They're doing that not as a nice service to be nice.
Yeah.
They're doing it because so many people are just walking out of the store.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
You know who's happy about this?
Who?
Amazon is thrilled. All of these people who have the online marketplace are thrilled because you can't shoplift on Amazon. You just can't do it.
Yep.
And so, I mean, is part of this by, I don't want to do, total tinfoil hat, but is part of this by design to get rid of the brick and mortar stores, to centralize everything? Maybe. I don't know. It might be an unintended consequence, or maybe it's an intended consequence. I don't know. What I can tell you is, I mean, how far are we? I haven't heard about this type of crime yet, and I'm not trying to inspire it, but you could definitely see it happen. How far are we from seeing Amazon drivers getting held up and having their trucks completely, taken away, like pirates in the middle of the road? How far are we from that? Because the more lawlessness that we become accepting of, the more it's just going to continue.
Yeah.
This is, and finally, you mentioned that they were wearing the COVID mask, right? It used to be illegal to walk into a bank with a mask on. Like, it used to be like a serious crime. And now then it became illegal to not have a mask on in the bank. This is part of the problem too. People, are using it to conceal their identities, but they're using the mask. Well, I want to stay safe. There's a respiratory virus going on. It's bird flu now, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I don't like the direction that we're going in. I liked the Law and Order days better, where the cops were doing their job and the punishment for the crime was the appropriate deterrent.
Yep. Yes, indeed. 855-839-1210. Nashville Manifesto details released. We'll get to those on the other side. And then an interesting announcement to make. A big day for one guy around here. He's walking around a little extra pep in his step. He's like Joe Biden after getting shot up for the State of the Union. A little bounce to his step. We'll get to that as we continue. But first, a word from my friends with Families Behind the Badge. You all know my respect and admiration for first responders, and I would love for you to once again support the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up Sunday, July 21st, and you have a ton of options here. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to Atlantic City, or you can ride 30 miles from Hamilton, and there's a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. You can even register to ride with me and Team 1210. I'll be back as the captain for Team 1210, and would love for you to join, whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit ben2shore.org. When you sign up with the code NICK1210, they'll take $25 off of your registration fee. That's ben2shore.org, promo code NICK1210.
About Chapman, you've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home. And if I needed windows, doors, siding, of course, I would trust only the Chapman team. But if you're thinking about siding or stucco remediation, I want you to think Chapman. These certified Chapman installers are the very professionals, the only professionals you want on this job. Because if you think about stucco remediation, this is a huge job, a huge investment. And think about updating with James Hardy plank. Have you seen it? It's gorgeous. There are so many choices also with any kind of vinyl siding that the Chapman family team offers. But if you or somebody you know, you're looking for windows, doors, siding, the shutters, all the hardware choices, and stucco remediation, yes, give Chapman a call or a text, 610-431-8898. Take a virtual tour on their website, chapmanwindowsdoors.com, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The 9 a.m. hour of Kayal & Company is sponsored by Bestwork Industries for the Blind. Bestwork Industries for the Blind is changing lives, a nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill. Bestwork Industries for the Blind provides training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. For employment opportunities or to donate, go to bestworkindustries.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
My name is Andy Donaldson. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since the beginning of 2014. The main reason Crash Proof is so phenomenal is there's no way that the original investment you put in is going to be any less than you started. In addition, you do get significant returns. A number of the different investment strategies that I've been involved with have given me 10 to 15% returns annually. With the Crash Proof Retirement System this year, I made almost 11.5%. It's quite a nice feeling to know that at the end of your year, whatever you've gained, the 10 or 15%, now becomes your new principal amount and you never lose it.
Learn how double-digit interest returns can be permanently compounded to your principal with no risk of loss in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans on the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you drive a car, you want it to last a long time and not cost you lots of money in the long run. You need to get your car serviced at United Tire and Service. I get my car serviced at one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. You should too. Right now, get an oil change on any make or model, and they'll do a free summer trip check so you're ready to hit the road. 20-point safety check, brakes, belts, important fluid levels, lights, even the spare tire. To find the location nearest you, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, a 6-time J.D. Power dealer of excellence for customer service. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2024 Lexus models are here and moving fast, and the newly redesigned 2024 Lexus GX has arrived. Tony Labello and his team are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. You deserve a Lexus and award-winning customer service. Start your journey with family-owned and operated Lexus of Cherry Hill.
For J.D. Power dealer of excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
If you're tired of your old kitchen or bathroom, it's so outdated, you need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. And with a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you're going to love that new bathroom. Plus, Kitchen Magic offers an industry-leading warranty. They're a 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Yeah, local employer. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest. Yeah, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your entire remodel. So get your free in-home consultation. Get this on the calendar today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
.907, welcome back in. Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour underway here on this Friday morning, 9 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Piazza Auto Group, where you can explore the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Defender, the Discovery, and Range Rover models. Schedule a test drive at Land Rover Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, or Wilmington to find yours today. We have a lot to get to here in about the next 45 to 50 minutes. Our morning mystery movie clip coming up in about 15 minutes. Another big three from Dawn. I want to get to the Nashville shooter story. And also, we still have Cut Sheet Part 2 to get to as well. As now the cake has arrived, courtesy of Dawn Stensland. And we'll give Dawn a moment to get back in her studio, because I know she'll want to have some comments on this as well. Sean Farish, you can chime in as well. I know you've worked a handful of times with Anthony. But Anthony Dorenzo, this is your moment, and I will not steal the spotlight from you. I will. By the way, this is the first time today Anthony's actually put his headphones on, so you know it's a big moment. Anthony Dorenzo, the floor is yours, sir.
Yes. So unfortunately, it's definitely bittersweet, but this is my last day at 1210 WPHT and Odyssey. I will be moving on to an exciting new adventure.
Driving for Uber?
I don't know. I could probably use the money on the side, but no, yeah, I'm doing an exciting new project. I'll send you guys all of the information, but it definitely bittersweet. I've loved working with all of you, Nick, Dawn, Rich, Dom, Dan, all of you guys. It's been absolutely a pleasure, and I thank Greg, I thank Yad, I thank the entire team, Sales, Scope, Rob. It's been an amazing journey, and it's hard leaving, but obviously I won't be a stranger. I'll be around. So.
And we knew him when. That's what we'll say. Anthony is going to Fox News, so we're not supposed to say too much about it right now. But this is a huge career opportunity, and I'm going to get all verklempt because, we knew you when you were still in college and an intern and starting here. And, man, I'm just so proud of you. And you're now
Thank you.
the executive producer of The Dawn Show. You're producer here at Nick Kayal and Company. But you have risen, and now, wow, your star is just shooting up, and we are so proud of you, Anthony.
Oh, thank you, Dawn.
Very, very proud of you. To be honest, I never thought that I would, because when we first started this show, and I first met you just about 2 years ago, it'll be 2 years this October. The first week on the show, he falls down the steps at the Eagles game at Lincoln Financial Field, and he's riding around here. Sean Ferris, you didn't see this. He had one of those little motor scooters with his leg propped up so he could bring in the cut sheet to me.
Yes.
I'm like, who is this? Is this Tiny Tim? Where did they find this guy? Now he's going to be at Fox News.
He fell down the stairs.
Oh, he's like Joe Biden.
Stairs? My goodness.
He's going to be the president one day.
So this is So the Biden thing is contagious then. Did you let me see, because so all right, so today we've dealt with now the two guys and I like you guys. Nick sprained his ankle playing golf, which I have to keep coming to because I don't know. I'm never letting you live that down. I'm sorry.
Fair point.
I can't, because who does that? And then you fell at an Eagles game. The Eagles are so much better. Did they boo you when you fell, Anthony?
I was walking up the big staircase going into the stands, and nobody
up the stairs.
Nobody booed. Admittedly, and Nick can attest to this.
You were
and
drunk?
Dawn. Well, a little bit, but I'm definitely clumsy, and I've tried to be more aware of how I run around either on stairs or in studios, and I was injured like 3 times in the past 2 years.
We actually have audio tape of Anthony chanting Eagles at the Eagles game when he was intoxicated.
Did you spell it? Was it still? Because remember, Joe, he goes EAGH%. He was trying to say 8, and he forgot. He forgot the T. So, but Anthony, that's awesome to hear that that your career is taking off, which is just great. So I've only known you for a little bit. I didn't know that you fell down at an Eagles game. So now, that's something that I'll always be able to hold over your head. But that's okay. I'm happy to hear that your career is moving on, and it's awesome. And go do big things. And I think what Dawn said, we knew him when,
Yeah.
We knew, I didn't know him when he fell down at the Eagles game, but I knew him after that. And I know that he did it. So it's the same thing.
Yeah.
But congratulations, Anthony.
Thank you, man. You've been awesome here, and I hope they keep you around. You've been killing it in the morning. So.
Well,
and let me just say this, by the way, when you reach out to me like 6 months from now and you say, hey, there was a local story, we'd like to have you on whatever show you're going to be producing for Fox News, just know I don't do those hits pro bono.
Give me your rate. I'll forward it along.
He already sounds very corporatized.
Oh, he does?
Forward.
Well, I said this yesterday because we've known about this for a handful of days. He's got a new watch on, and he didn't have to go to KOP Mall and steal it.
Right? No, Anthony, and I swear it's going to take 2 people to replace you. He's running around in the morning and working so hard, and then, EPing a show. And I'm glad you guys are making me laugh because otherwise I'd be crying. But
yeah.
I truly, Anthony holds a really special place in our hearts. And I know his dad works here, obviously, but your Nana is listening, your mom is listening, and We love you, Anthony. And
Thank you, Dawn.
Gosh,
Yeah.
I couldn't be more proud of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss it. Trust me. I know. It's been a crazy journey, but I'll definitely be in touch, and I'll stop by some of the events and all that. Hopefully, maybe I'll try to still get to Bend to the Shore and all that this summer. So.
Yeah. Come for a bike ride with me. Tell me what it's like, to work at that network. So, and I will say this too, for the hard work that you do, you are, 95% Dawn's, about 5% ours, but you do have to juggle a lot of roles. It's not like television at the network level like Fox, where certain hosts or certain shows have 13 producers and writers.
Yeah.
And I can appreciate what you're doing, because I started out in sports radio at 22 as a producer making $7 an hour, and you work your way up and you set ambitions and goals and you have aspirations, and you get that opportunity. So if there's anything I can ever do for you, I'm not sure that I can, but if I can, you always have my number. And
well, yeah, exactly. And same to you guys. So thank you so much for the kind words. And all the listeners, my Twitter, everything. Follow me. We'll be in touch. And thank you all. Seriously, thank you. It's been awesome. I know you all don't always agree with me, but it's been great talking to all of you every single day and making you part of, you're part of our lives. We're part of your lives. It's an awesome thing. So
enough of this.
Anthony, I want to make one request. Since you're going to Fox News, can you make sure they don't call Arizona too early this year? That's all I'm asking. All right?
I'll send a memo.
That's me speaking. That's me. That's not their employee. That's me. Okay.
Sean Farish says.
That's it. Sean Farish said, don't call Arizona too early. That's what I'm saying.
And the first time anybody goes off on you as a host or a talent, please let me know. So I want to get that tape and play it. I would love to have some $18 million a year anchor just berating you behind the scenes. It would make for great cut sheet commentary.
Yeah. Maybe I'll make the cut sheet at one point. We'll see.
There you go. All right, we'll come back and get to our morning mystery movie clip. We've got another big three, and then from congratulating Anthony to getting into what has been released in Tennessee, some of the very, very disturbing details on the other side. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
You know me. You know I love easy living. You want the best. You want relaxation and invigoration. You want to transform your outdoor living space. You go to Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA because it's not a hot tub, it's a jacuzzi. With Jacuzzi, you get the quality, you get the price, you get the whole thing.
Visit Visit Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SCPA.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can. Born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
The heat is on, but are you ready? Which brings me to my friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation. If you've been holding out on turning on the AC, come on. It feels like summer out there with the heat, the humidity, and it's going to be a hot summer as well. So you've got to get your HVAC, you've got to get it tuned up, good to go. They have a wealth of experience at AMC, Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Such a dedication to their field. No, they do not earn commission. They are not commission salespeople. They're there to fix. They're there to fix, make a proper repair, or install the appropriate system for your home. Call now. If you're listening right now, you're going to get a 15% off your spring maintenance and 1 year of free maintenance with a replacement system. Call today. Schedule your spring tune-up at an awesome discount. AMContheweb.com, Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMContheweb.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah. Little Jay Giles band on a Friday, baby. 9:22. It's Kayal and Company. A lot to get to here in the final half hour of the show. Cut sheet part 2. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? Who won Twitter today? Today in music history, a big 3. And we're going to give you some of these details of the Nashville manifesto from that shooter back in March of 2023. But before we get to all of that, let's give it away. It's time for our morning mystery movie clip. Oh, we just praised Anthony, and now he doesn't have the drop ready. Story of our lives.
Here it is. Sorry.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My safe word will be whiskey.
Sorry, Rod, what was that?
Whiskey.
Do you mean whiskey?
What?
You're saying it weird.
Saying what weird?
All of it.
Where do you get off?
I just don't get why you're saying it that way.
Why I'm saying what way?
Forget it.
I will forget it. Denise, would you kindly clear the wheels? Okay, here we go. On 3. 1, 2. Whoa, whiskey!
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And no, that is not me yelling whiskey. That's an actual movie clip. And if you can identify that by being caller 12 at 855-839-1210, you will get a digital movie code to see In the Land of Saints and Sinners as Liam Neeson plays a retired hitman by the name of Finbar Murphy, who finds peace in a quiet Irish town until terrorists force him back into action. From Goldwyn Films and Sony Pictures Home Entertainment, available to buy or rent on digital now. Caller 12 855-839-1210. Best of luck. See if we get our winner here in the next couple of minutes. Until then, let's get to a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And Big 3 at 9, we are sponsored in the Big 3 at 9, sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Just updating a story that Nick Kayal has been previewing, and that is that TJ Maxx plus Home Goods plus Marshalls, all of these companies as well as Target, finding new ways to crack down on the theft that we talk about every single day. Today, we were talking about at King of Prussia Mall, another theft of a $40,000 watch that was stolen from KOP Mall. The overhead surveillance images released on that one, despite the fact that it was a locked up watch, these kinds of body cameras that are going to be worn by employees who are specially trained in order to deter thieves. And as well, they say, mitigate the situation where workers in retail, they don't want to work there anymore.
No, I don't blame them. Why would you? I mean, you're in such an unenviable position, and the salary that you're getting paid is not worth it.
Yeah,
Right.
so true, Sean. I think Sean, sorry, I cut off Sean.
No, I was just agreeing. I was just agreeing with what Nick said. He's 100% right about this situation. It's crazy.
So Target has added more measures to stop retail theft as well. The department store's new True Scan, it detects if barcodes are not scanned while a customer is in a self-checkout lane.
Mm-hmm.
So people are trying to fake it or just walk out with the material. So Target has this True Scan technology. They're using technology. Other stores, like we're talking about, several other stores are just going to equip actual retail workers with the body cams.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yes, it is.
Number 2, we do have President Joe Biden as he is speaking out this morning, holding a news conference this morning, talking about $225 million, this new weaponry that includes artillery rounds, air defense interceptors, among the other items that we, the USA, we're giving this big package of weaponry and totaling $225 million. And that as he's over there in France meeting with Ukraine's president. So we have that going on as well. And just updating a story that we've been talking about for days now, and that is the case of a woman who came forth, went viral as she talked about her doggie, Teddy, being, she said, somebody gave him some kind of an edible or drugged her dog, Teddy, during grooming. And she's pushing back. She said, I promise this is my last video. She did release a new video saying that essentially people are calling her a liar because the SPCA said they reviewed all of the video that was overhead video at the PetSmart. And in the video, you don't see anybody giving the dog the edible. And she's saying, look, all I can tell you is my dog, I dropped Teddy off. He was perfectly fine. And she was disturbed when she picked Teddy up, took him right to the veterinarian. The veterinarian said Teddy was given THC.
So are they accusing her now of drugging her own dog and trying to blame it on the pet store?
Ooh, plot
yeah,
twist.
there is this back and forth.
Oh.
She's just saying, look, all I can say is I love my dog. Something happened here. Then now all of these people are coming forward on social media as this has gone viral, and they're saying something similar happened when they took their dog in to get groomed.
Well, something similar happened in There's Something About Mary back in 1995. Remember Ben Stiller threw that little combo in with the little pill to drug the dog so he could hang out with Mary and subdue the dog?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, it's just, these things happen.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I don't know, but is this maybe somebody who's grooming the animals is trying to give them a more spa-like relaxing experience? I don't know.
Yeah, I've never gone
Hunter
to
Biden Pet Care.
Hunter Biden Pet Care. Get drugged and then get a massage.
That's right.
There you go.
And we are sponsored this morning by Best Work Industries for the Blind. We certainly love them. Best Work Industries for the Blind. As I grab my script here, nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind, providing training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. So for employment opportunities, or if you want to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. Thank you, bestworkindustries.org, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We will get to the cut sheet part due on the other side, but I do want to wrap up with our last story of the day. I've been teasing the story about Audrey Hale, the Covenant school shooter in Nashville, and we have been waiting for over a year for this manifesto to be released. The Tennessee Star has released 3 pages of it. And I'm going to read this verbatim. You can read the story yourself, TennesseeStar.com. Covenant school killer Audrey Elizabeth Hale, a biological female who identified as a transgender male at the time of her March 27, 2023 attack, wrote a 3-page journal entry titled, now, by the way, before I finish with this, if you've got children in the car, maybe you should change the channel, turn the radio down, put headphones on, earbuds.
Yeah.
There's no curse words in here, but there are some derogatory terms and bodily parts that I'm going to have to alter for a family-friendly audience. But she wrote a 3-page journal entry titled "My Imaginary Penis" that was included in the writings recovered from her vehicle. The Tennessee Star confirmed on Wednesday that it obtained nearly 4 dozen pages of Hale's writings from a source familiar with the Covenant investigation, including the March 11th, 2023 entry discussing her desire to have a male anatomy. Hale's diary, or journal entry, begins with the title "My Imaginary Penis" and includes a crude drawing. She says, quote, "My penis exists in my head. I swear to God I'm a male," wrote Hale in the diary or journal recovered by police. She then wrote about her desire to have a penis for the purpose of heterosexual sex with a woman. While the entry is sexually explicit in nature, Hale also wrote about her experience using the name Aiden, which she began using during her transition. Hale explained that using the name on a job application for a delivery position resulted in issues with the company's background check. She also described being raised a girl as, quote, torture. She claimed she feared being called a D word or an F word, I'm not going to say those words on the radio, during high school before being liberated and feeling liberated in college and eventually learning about transgenderism in her early 20s. Quote, "I finally found the answer, that changing one's gender is possible," wrote Hale before claiming her mother opposed the idea. Hale explained, quote, what she believes, how she grew up conservatively, and that LGBTQ, especially transgender, was an enigma and nearly non-existent. About her parents, Hale added, quote, "I hate parental views, how my mom sees me as a daughter, and she'd not bear to want to lose that daughter because a son would be the death of Audrey." On the second page of the entry, Hale continued to disparage her parents for their alleged refusal to support her transition, but also wrote about the advent of puberty blockers in 2007. Quote, "I'd kill to have those resources. 2007 was the birth of puberty blockers and a newfound discovery for treatment of non-conforming transgender children," wrote Hale. She then acknowledged, quote, "I was in the 6th grade. Puberty already hit me." She goes on to say at the bottom of the second page and into the third that Hale revealed that she fantasized about experiencing intercourse as a man by creating scenes with her stuffed animals. Quote, I can pretend to be them and do things that boys and girls do and experience my boy self as Tony, which Hale explained is her stuffed boy doll, which she wrote is, quote, like the boy I am in another form. She then goes on and wraps up, according to Hale, she began taking photos of the fantasy reenactment and became so enamored that she lost track of time and could not visit the gym, saying, quote, God, I am such a pervert. Hale wrote, I waste too much time in my fantasies. So that's the story. You can read it in the Tennessee Star if you would like. I don't think the other Tennessee publication had it in their newspaper. It's owned by the USA Today, so surprise, surprise. More of a left-wing newspaper not putting that story out. And I said it had to be really bad. It had to be really disturbing. Those are 3 pages. There's apparently 4 dozen of them. And I'm assuming there's far more details out there. But, Sean, this is now your neck of the woods, my old neck of the woods. And it's been almost 15 months until we got those details from the media.
Yeah, the suppression of the truth is alarming. But I will say this, what you just read, you could probably just find something like that in a public school library these days, right? Because it's all sorts of gross material like that going through the schools anyway. So, the fact that this is out now, you're probably going to see DEI enthusiasts in education go, we should teach the writings of Audrey Hale to underscore the importance of life-saving, gender-affirming care. Folks, and I don't say this lightly, this woman was crazy. She's no longer here. Her pronouns are now was/were. But this person was nuts. Okay, stuffed animals, and the treatment here is not to start chopping things off or adding things or anything like that. The treatment here, I mean, I again, I'm not trying to make light, but like small room, big needle type stuff. Like we need real professional intervention, but like not to further the derangement or affirm the delusion of a person like this, because doing that only puts it doesn't help this person, Audrey Hale, and it certainly doesn't set any sort of positive precedent for anybody in the future. This type of stuff, and we've been saying it now, this whole transgender, I'm a female, but I believe I'm a male. You can go ahead and think whatever you would like to think. That's totally fine. But the fact that we have now crippled society, we have brought society to its knees to affirm the delusions of people like this is insanity. And it is not going to make this any better. It's not going to solve any problems. You've seen the statistics now. And even in the UK, where, what happens in the UK usually happens here a year or so later, they've banned the puberty blockers for minors now. They've banned some of the gender affirming care in the UK, and that we're now leading the world in. And we're leading the world in affirming people's insanity. This stuff means a lot to me because we fought this on Long Island. When I was on Long Island, we fought against not the existence of a trans person or an LGBT person or this, that, or the other, but the forced affirmation of this insanity. There is no other way to describe what you just read, Nick, than to say that this person was insane and did not get the help that she needed. And it resulted in a tragedy. Dead children, dead adults. Audrey Hale is no longer here with us either because she was apparently driven to the point of homicide, mass homicide, because of what she was struggling with and did not get the quote unquote life-saving care that she needed. Not the care that would have, resulted in a double mastectomy or puberty blockers, as she's saying that would have helped. That would not have helped. That would not have helped. We have seen this a bunch of times in society that when you put these people on the same drugs that are meant to chemically castrate sex offenders, a lot of other things go wrong. We need to, as a nation, look at this and say, there is a huge problem here, and our approach right now, which only benefits Big Pharma, is not helping. read this and understand that this is a social contagion. And for people who, I believe Audrey Hale did suffer from gender dysphoria, the actual condition. The way to fix that is to not, we don't want to sit here and be the society that legitimizes the voices in the head of a schizophrenic. They're not real. This is not I'm sorry. It's hard to articulate it, but I'm just trying to say, right? The way you believe, who you want to sleep with, whatever type of relationship you want to be in, who you're attracted to, that's all good and great, no problem. But you can't ask the rest of society to play along when what you are believing in is straight up delusional. Water will always be wet, up will always be up, down will always be down. Men can't get pregnant. I don't care what you think otherwise. It just can't happen. You want to feel that way behind closed doors? No problem. But society should not have to accommodate these delusions because it doesn't help. It only leads to more of these tragedies. And what you just read was heartbreaking. This person was actually being tortured. She was struggling with something, and society did not do what was necessary and will not in the future until more painful lessons are learned. It's so unfortunate.
All right, coming up on the other side, what's on the cut sheet part 2 and what's on tap for the Dawn Show today, the final production of Anthony Dorenzo. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And summer is upon us. No time like the present to get back out on the roads. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles right now from some of the most beautiful, powerful brands on the road: Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, so much more. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, or you can stop by one of their PA, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Gonna dig a hole in your backyard? Call 811. Don't be caught off guard, cause PA1 Calls got your back to help locate those utilities dead.
Play it safe and do your part so no one in the neighborhood's house goes dark.
But if you don't, and there's an outage, you might have to deal with some screams and shouters, cause ain't nothing worse when your toilet won't flush, your lights go out,
or when your pipes bust.
Yeah, your neighbors are gonna love you. Know what's below? Call 811 before you dig. Help us at 50 and 5. More at PA1Call.org.
Out here, in the middle of all these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. And sometimes, that's how it feels when you're going through tough times. Stress builds up, you have trouble sleeping, maybe your mind is racing and you just don't feel like yourself. So what do? We get help. Lots of people are struggling with their mental health. It's more common than you think. The good news is, there are people in our community who are here for us when times are tough. Sometimes, just talking to someone can make all the difference in the world. so we don't feel so alone. One thing you can do is visit loveyourmindtoday.org for simple steps you can take to find the right solution for you. Whether it's hearing stories about what other people are going through or finding the resources we need to navigate the stresses in our lives. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
This summer's temperatures are getting hot, hot, hot. Luckily, Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating is here to help keep you cool. Right now, get $50 off same-day AC repair. Or go ahead and upgrade that old unit and save up to $3,700 toward a new full home comfort system. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need service today? Visit HutchComfort.com, and Hutchinson's help is on the way.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Here she comes now, saying morning, morning. Well, shoot 'em down, turn around, come on, morning.
It's Kayal Company, 946 here on this Friday morning. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show in just about 5 minutes. Who won Twitter today? And, of course, what happened today in music history, courtesy of our buddy Phil Almquist. But right now, let's get to a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. All right, here we go. A couple of clips to wrap up the week as we will start with clip number 3, boys, on the Anthony Dorenzo cut sheet email. Sean Farish, not sure if this name rings a bell or not, but New York Democrat Paula Collins suggesting that Trump supporters, you guys and gals, you need a re-education camp. Clip 3, boys.
Important in moving forward and moving through this, even if we were to have a resounding blue wave come through, as many of us would like, putting it all back together again after we've gone through this MAGA nightmare and re-educating, basically, which that sounds like a rather a re-education camp. I don't think we really want to call it that. I'm sure we can find another way to phrase it. Anybody else care to talk about this?
I do. And I will. So I need to be re-educated on the fact that I like 1.4% inflation. I like a secure border. I like law and order. I like no wars. I mean, maybe we should re-educate the left. I know she's talking about a blue wave, although all the betting markets and polls are once again indicating a red wave. If we get the red wave that we hope for this fall, I don't know, Sean, maybe we can re-educate Democrats and try to put their brain back together like Humpty Dumpty.
Oh, there is no educating those people. There's just none. I'm sorry. Anybody who pledges allegiance to the cult of men have babies, men get pregnant, can't be reeducated. But here's the funny part. They went from coexist, tolerance, kindness, love, and acceptance to, if I disagree with you, you need to be re-educated. That's where we've gotten to here.
In a
with
camp.
the left. In a
Yes.
camp.
We'll all get a
and
number.
not like not a summer camp, like one of the not fun camps, right? Like that's where they are. Okay, so could you just imagine? Because remember how they all flipped out? I'm going to be dictator for a day and we're going to drill, baby, drill. Could you just imagine we're getting rid of the Department of Education and we're bringing in the Department of Re-education for these crazy left-wing Marxist radicals? Could you imagine if that gets said on the campaign trail? The wall-to-wall coverage, CNN, MSNBC, Rachel Madcow, Joyless Reed, Vanderson Cooper, all of these people that are going to, oh my gosh, Donald Trump wants to re-educate people. And they have a New York Democrat saying, the MAGA nightmare, we have to fix this by re-educating. Well, you know what? I say never, I will never look away from the left when they're telling the truth. We all know that's what they want to do. They're taking the steps to be, to throw us into full-blown tyranny. But just imagine if we said stuff like that, what it would look like. Again, the hypocrisy is just astounding.
It is. All right, let's wrap it up on a funny note. This is clip 17, one more excerpt from Donald Trump's interview with Dr. Phil as he takes a nice little swipe at one of our favorite buddies, good old Adam Schiff. Take a listen to this.
These are not stupid people. I call him Watermelon Head. He's got the thinnest neck I've ever seen. How it holds up that head. He's got a neck that's about a size 6. Very unattractive guy, both inside and outside. And people say, oh, that's such a terrible thing to say. That's okay. Very unattractive guy. Here's the thing. These are bad people. And
he's got a size 6 neck with a watermelon head. How it holds it up, I don't know.
Stupid people. I call him Watermelon Head.
So funny.
He actually one time at a rally called, he said, Adam Schiff is an engineering marvel. And the best part about that is, so that is stuff that he has said before. So last June, I think it's almost a year ago, I called Adam Schiff after he got censured by the House, and I left a voicemail on his thing as Trump. And I said, "There's a watermelon head, bug eyes, pencil neck." And, I was hoping that he thought it was, because you know how he got punked by the Ukrainian or Russian pranksters? Yeah. We have the compromise material on Donald Trump. I'm friends with Putin, And so he got, I was like, oh, please fall for it. Because I posted the video of me doing it. I was like, please fall for it. And he didn't, I don't think. Or maybe he did. And they were like, no, it's that guy with the ears and the Bradley Cooper thing going on, But I think, that's part of Trump's funny side, and that's why we love him, because Adam Schiff is a watermelon head and he is an engineering marvel, and nobody knows how his head stays up on his neck. Nobody knows.
Oh, all right, that'll do it for Cut Sheet Part 2. We're about 8 minutes out from the start of the Dawn Show, and we find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yeah, by the way, Pat Sajak, final Wheel of Fortune tonight.
Oh,
Wheel of Fortune.
Man, what a run him and Vanna had together.
Right?
Wow.
He's based too. Apparently, he's like one of us. Like, he's a big time good. He's on the right side of the issues.
Oh,
nice.
Okay, very good. I did not know that. There we go.
And the original host of Wheel of Fortune, I believe, was Chuck Woolery, also on the right side of the issues. So game show host for the win.
Yes.
And
by the way,
Apprentice. Donald Trump hosted The Apprentice. He's going to be our next president. So we're 3 for 3.
I think Zioli would make a great game show host as well.
Oh,
so that's another guy.
That's a great point. So Christine Flowers, Nate Benefield, Policy Genius, Guy Shiraki. Great lineup coming up. All the developing stories of the day. We have some developing stories happening in Philadelphia you want to hear, and New Jersey as well. So stay tuned.
All right. Dawn Show coming up in just about 7 minutes as we find out what happened today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, June 7th, we celebrate the birthdays of Dave Navarro from Jane's Addiction, Eric Kretz from STP, Dean Martin, Prince, and Tom Jones, who at 83, now 84, sang at the D-Day ceremonies yesterday in Normandy. Singles include Detroit Rock City by Kiss in 76. Albums include Girl School's Screaming Blue Murder in 82, Obsession by UFO in 78, City of Evil by Avenged Sevenfold in 2005, and STP's Purple in 1994. Also, In 84, Ghostbusters, the movie, was released. In 69, Blind Faith played their very first show. In 82, Graceland opened to the public. And in 93, ground was broken for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland. But lastly, on this day in 64, during the Stones' first U.S. tour, they were booed off stage in San Antonio, Texas. Some performing monkeys who were the previous act were brought back on stage for another performance. Little did they know they were seeing the greatest rock and roll band of all time, and they booed them off stage. Crazy. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Oh, nice work, Philip, as we wrap up another week with Who Won Twitter Today.
Who won Twitter?
Who won Twitter? Johnny Z, you win Twitter. Thank you so much for the kind words, wishing me well moving on here. And honestly, thank you all. It's been a great run, and I'll miss everyone. So thank you, everyone.
Nice work out of Johnny Z. We appreciate that. Sean Ferris, great work filling in for Greg Stocker today. So you're in his role, and he's at your former school. Very interesting dynamic there.
Always fun to be here on 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company. One of the best, the greatest morning show, especially in the Northeast. They do a tremendous job. I have to say that, even though the host sprained his ankle playing golf, I'd never do that, but we've seen it. That's just going to be a fun one to keep bringing up. I love it.
No doubt about it.
Always a fun time. 4 hours always goes by in the blink of an eye. Dawn, Nick, Anthony, good luck in your future. And I'm super stoked for you. Fox News member, Arizona. That's my personal request. and everybody have a great weekend.
And as you know, everything comes full circle in the 9 o'clock hour. We played this for you around 6:05 this morning. Joe Biden had a rough day yesterday on D-Day 80, and Donald Trump had to give his thoughts on it. K4 boys, as we send you off into the weekend.
First the Vatican, now in France. Crooked Joe Biden pooped his pants. He pooped, and everybody saw it happen. Everybody knows what happened here. As they say in France, Joe a fait caca devant le président Macron. That means Crooked Joe pooped in front of President Macron. You see what happened. It never would have happened if I was your president. But you see on the instant replay, the dead giveaway, Dr. Jill, and you don't need to be a doctor to know what the hell's going on here. She's covering her nose. She's covering her mouth. Macron's wife is like Lynyrd Skynyrd. She's saying, ooh, that smell. She can't believe it. Nobody can believe it. President Poopy Pants strikes again. First in front of the Pope, the Tootsie Rolls, now in front of Macron. What a disgrace.
How does that sound?
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My dad loves Philly sports, and I need a Father's Day gift.
Tickets to see Joe Conklin are the perfect Father's Day gift.
Oh, my goodness. It was absolutely wonderful. All the voices and the singing.
And just seeing my dad, seeing the look on my dad.